Good evening. I would like to call to order the Kaiser City Council in regular session. It is Monday, December 16th, 2024, and ask our city recorder to please call roll.
Councilor Christopher?
Yes, here.
Councilor Reed?
Here.
Councilor Kohler?
He's coming.
Mayor Clark?
Here.
Council President Starr?
Here.
Councilor Duran?
Here.
Councilor Cross?
Here.
And Youth Councilor Laddie Farrar.
Thank you very much. If you are able, I ask you to rise and all join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you all very much. Happy holidays to everybody. We have nothing under special orders of business tonight, so we're going to go to committee reports, and we have Lisa Sajeka to bring us up to date on the activities of the Parks Board.
Hello. Nice to see everybody looking so festive. Good evening, Mayor, councilors, city staff. We had a Parks Board meeting last Tuesday, and it was wonderful. We've had a run of kind of big meetings. We've had lots of people in the audience. We had 13 people in the audience on Tuesday. Part of it was because these very delightful young people in our community came with some proposals for the skate park. And I told Miss Bissett, that I would give this to her before I started, and then I forgot. Okay, now we can pretend that I'm just starting. But the gentlemen that came and gave their presentation, they'd put a lot of work into a proposal. It had pictures, it has estimated cost. When they were questioned about where they got the numbers, like they had made phone calls, like they called over to Florida because there was a place that had done a very similar kind of skate park expansion and asked how much it cost them. And so, and they highballed almost all of the figures. Now, they did not come with the money, but they came with figures and are more than willing to do a lot of the work themselves. They've been working on the skate park pretty regularly for the last, I don't know how long, month, 2 months. I know that Chair Lawyer, when he went and looked, he's like, he couldn't believe the amount of work that they had done. But what they wanted to do, and this is, I think, in order of preference, is they want to put a cover over the mini bowl because it was not built by professionals. And it's wonderful, and people come far and wide to actually skate the mini bowl because it's so different and unique. Different words for the same meaning. Oh, right. But it doesn't drain. All of the water from the surrounding area kind of drains into the bowl. So they would like to do a cover so that it's more usable all year round. They came asking for skate park lighting because they would, since it's right next to our event centers and all of this, that there's lights in the parking lot. There could be some lights on over there without causing a whole bunch of problems. And they were looking at the same sorts of lights as are at the artificial turf field. So it's not doing a lot of light pollution to the neighboring neighborhood. And then they wanted to talk about doing a skate park extension. That's third on their list. They understand, but it was just really, really nice. And these kids, and I won't say kids, that makes me sound like I'm a billion years old. You know, these kids came, but you know, there's such a huge sense of community at the skate park. And there was a gentleman who came from Almsville. He said in Almsville, you know, when they tried to use it, that the local police department isn't really receptive to the people who are skating in their own skate park. You know, they don't like going to some of the other communities, and people drive for long periods of time to come to Kaiser to use our skate park because it's so wonderful. And Clay, who does work, he's like, well, why don't people go to Wilsonville? Like, that Wilsonville skate park cost $1 million and it's hardly ever used. And they're like, well, it's boring. Okay. You know, why, when 20 miles down the road, 20 minutes on the freeway from Wilsonville, you can be here where there's all of these people, I mean, and it's always busy, always busy. So that was really nice. The second thing we did is we talked about the Gold Star Memorial Monument. Things are going forward. A local tree service donated their time and effort and people to remove that, is it a sequoia or a redwood? The big tree that's about to cause big problems in the concrete that was gonna have to go anyway. So that has been donated. And the Rotary Club, those members are going to go and take out the dry water feature and dangerous enclosed space, so that it will be easier to put the monument in when we've raised all the funds. I know that he also said that, and this is Chair Lawyer, said that other places in Oregon are also looking at putting a Gold Star Memorial Monument, and they call, and it's like, you know what, that's great. I hope you get one too, you know. Even if you're not first, you can still have one. They're a great thing to have. But we're still going full steam ahead so that Kaiser can be first, because, you know, Kaiser, that's what we do. And then, let's see. The last big ticket item that we talked about, the Traffic Safety Committee kicked the parking issue at the Little League fields back over to parks. The problem, as we saw it, is that most of the problem is people parking on the street across the road, and we don't have any say there. You know, we don't have any say with the parking lot itself. It's under the management. You know, people say that they'd like to pave it, stripe it, but that would lose parking spaces. It would make other things, so it's not something that we, as the Parks Board, can do anything about. So, I'm telling you, wonderful counselors and mayor, I don't know if what you guys can do with it, or what we can direct city staff to do with it, because, like, they're not parking, I don't think, legally. You know, they're making it narrow down to basically one lane of traffic. So you can only have traffic going a single direction at any given time. But I don't know what to do with it. So I'm telling you. And then the last thing is we were talking about the staff report. And I always really, really enjoy getting Robert Johnson's staff report. He always gives us good information. He told us that the last camera was installed on Tuesday when we had the Parks Board meeting. I physically saw a man up on a ladder putting what looks like cameras up, so that was good. They also, taking the, like, 4 pieces of the boat dock down at Kaiser Rapids Park out of the river, there's a really narrow window of time when you're allowed to do that. Like, the river has to be high enough, but it can't be too high. We hit that. We're able to get that out last week or the week before. And now with all of this rain and the fact that the river is jumping up again, now we don't have to worry about debris hitting the boat dock and taking it out or jamming up around it. So that is great. So all in all, it was a good meeting.
All right, thank you so much. A lot of ground covered. Couple of questions on follow-up for the skate park proposal. I did come and hear part of that, and I know Councilor Kohler, you probably have more on this as well. So the question is, and I'm going to direct this to Mr. Brown and Mr. Lawyer, is this something that over the next year, looking at our master plan, to see where this slots in for possibility for either SDC or parks grants that we could be eligible for, or grants from skateboarding organizations that would like to enhance an amazing and unique facility? Just kind of throwing it out there.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In terms of grants, of course, any kind of grants, there's no restrictions on grants if we can find one that would apply to that kind of a project. In terms of the master plan, there's no expansion of the park, the skate park mentioned in the master plan currently. And so therefore, STCs would not be available. But coincidentally, we're entering into a master plan amendment process that we could talk with the consultants and see additional costs, time, that kind of stuff, what it would look like to include something at the skate park in this process, something that clearly just came up, but we could talk to them and see what we could do to include that.
Okay. That's fantastic. I really want to acknowledge the gentleman that came and talked. They're very well prepared, and that's a lot of good background information for being able to have a master plan as well as grant opportunities.
Yeah, the leader, his name was Paul.
Paul.
Paul was the leader, and then Jacob was also there, but they were very, very well prepared, very well spoken. They did all of their homework and gave a really nice presentation.
Indeed. Councilor Reed.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There has also been talk at the Public Arts Commission about possible artwork at the skate park. So if we are, amending master plans or whatever, if we could just kind of keep that on the radar too, that would be great, because that would be a great opportunity if they were under construction anyway.
Councilor Kohler, did you have anything that, to add?
Absolutely, thank you. A very well done report. I took all of the key points that I had from the meeting, so very good. One of the things that we told the gentleman that came is that this all looks good, but we now have to go find the money. And so
Absolutely.
we kind of charged them with part of the responsibility of locating the several $100,000 it was going to take to do that. And told them that we would help them with that as best we could, and we would look for additional funds. So they knew that they were going to have to come up with some money, and they said, yeah, let's work together and see about getting it done.
So Councilor Kohler, along those lines, according to Mr. Lawyer, we would need to look at this for the master plan, so they would become eligible for grant funding, and especially if we're looking at SDCs or some other state funding as well. So is that something that, what do you think about adding that to the master planning, since we are reopening our master plan anyway?
Well, if we're going to if we would have to amend the master plan to even add a little bit of the square footage to that part of the park, then it would probably be something we ought to look at.
Okay, Councilor Christopher?
So would we have to
Microphone, please.
Thanks, I'm new here. So would we have to add to the master plan to do the lighting and or the cover? Because that's pretty darn specific to an already existing structure.
Yeah.
The reason to add it to the master plan would be to make it STC eligible. That's really the only reason to go through the master planning process, if you will, to make those funds available, or some of those funds available for improvements at the skate park.
But that's pretty specific, so I'm not sure in our original master plan, a cover for a bowl? That's pretty specific.
It is.
So
You're right.
that would not be allowable as is currently.
No, because there's no improvements to the skate park included in the master plan as it stands.
Yes.
So it may be able to be phrased improvements without specifying what those improvements are. It may be able to be stated improvements such as low lighting, a covered area over a covered section of the park, an additional area that's been identified for expansion, kind of general language instead of specific language that would make those improvements or potential improvements STC eligible, but not lock you into a specific thing.
Follow up?
So, so we've got to remember that. We've got to remember, like, we need some boilerplate language that says everything in the kitchen sink. Because really, I'm being kind of facetious, but not really, because we don't know 20 years from now. We didn't know that skate park's how old? That's 15, maybe 20 years old. And we didn't anticipate a cover on the bowl or additional lighting at that time. So I think it would behoove us to find some type, and if you would carry that back to the consultant, to find some type of boilerplate language that says any enhancing amenities, such as lighting, such as covers, such as, I don't even know what else. So hence the language that says enhancing action for things that are already existing in the master plan.
Right. So, two things. One would be, and I'm looking to Mr. Lindsay, to get concurrence from council to ask staff to go ahead and open the conversation with the consultant regarding adding the skate park to the master plan process.
Oh, whether or not you guys can have that level of decision-making right now versus like in this part of the agenda, is that what you're
Right,
saying?
or just do it under other business.
You could, if you're just looking and trying to give concurrence and move on, I think staff can hear that and see enough heads shaking up and down that we can make sure that that's part of what the consultant talks with
So-
him about.
Okay. Is there any objection to having the staff look into a conversation with as MIG, is it not, Mr. Brown, that's gonna be doing the master plan, and they're the ones who did our master plan and master plan update, to add language for the skate park to allow for, additional, amenities in that park, and then they become eligible for other grant funding. Anybody object?
But I think
Counselor-
it should be expanded.
Well, right, but let them come back with, I think you've heard our conversation here about this opportunity and to put it in generic language. Okay, so I'm getting an affirmative from Mr. Lawyer. I'm going to go to, if I make Counselor Kohler, and then Counselor Cross, and then Counselor Christopher.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can we look at general language for the whole master plan and not individually just for that park? That was my question.
We can see this was entered into as a specific master plan update, specifically for Kaiser Rapids Park. Now we're growing into a potentially larger amendment of the master plan. So we can have that discussion. Again, we started into this as a, not project-specific, but park-specific update. Now we're including the skate park, and now we want to include some more general language. We'll see what we can do.
Follow up?
For example, I mean, do we have a master plan for every park that we have?
We have a parks master plan that includes every park. Some of the parks, like Kaiser Rapids, have more specific plans included in the master plan for improvements and amenities to be added in the park. Other parks like Claggett don't have quite the same thing because they're fully developed. There's recommendations and not ideas, but amenities suitable for neighborhood parks mentioned throughout the master plan that are good in all of our parks if there's room for them. So they're all included, but they don't all have a specific site plan in the master plan for them.
Follow up?
So, for example, then, if we wanted to put a covered area over the picnic area at Claggett Creek Park, we would have to amend the master plan, or we wouldn't?
If you wanted it to be STC eligible, you would have to consider amending the master plan. But what I can tell you from the STC expenditure guidelines, the way they used to be, okay? And the laws have changed, and so I can't tell you that this is the way it is today. But when the STC methodology was developed, it was driven on growth around each park. It was a half-mile radius around each park. And the growth that happened, or the growth potential within that half-mile radius basically set the eligibility of STC expenditures for that park, and it was a percentage basis, okay? I know the laws have changed. I've had some discussion with some consultants, and keep in mind, STC methodology is a very specific, I'm not gonna say art, but it's not law, but it's consulting. That's very, very specific. Very few consultants out there do the work. There's only a couple firms that I'm available that do the work. I had some discussion a while back with one of those folks, and they indicated that if we spent the money to update our methodology, it would free up the use of the SDCs by a lot, okay? The problem with that is, one time to get through that, but the other problem, and the reason I didn't pursue it, it was very expensive, but the other thing that they mentioned, it would most likely lead to an increase in SDC fees.
Yes.
And so, based on the economy as it's been, I didn't think it was really a good thing to bring forward and try and pursue, trying to increase, or not trying to, but potentially needing to increase the SDC fees. So, it's really a matter of, in my mind, and is a matter of priority, and from the council, on what you want to look at. And if the desire is to pursue that, I can certainly do the work and find out what the costs are and bring that back. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And I know SDCs has been a very hot topic with our developers. But in terms of, and we're getting some scope creep here, but talking about specifically about the skate park, bring back the option of being able to add that one so we can at least move forward with this update. I'm going to go to Councilor Cross.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, I want to say thank you so much for what you do, Lisa. I don't want to forget that we had, it sounds like 13 amazing kids that weren't tagging, were staying out of trouble, and were thoughtful and had a plan. And how can we not think that that is a victory? So SDC fees, I'm going to say, let's use those unanticipated expenses that we have in our fund. And let's not care about those fees, because we want to win for the kiddos in our community. And I will stand by that every day.
Can I add something?
Yes.
Paul and Jacob, a lot of these kids, they police themselves now. They see somebody throw something on the ground, and skaters who are there all the time say, hey, dude, pick that up. This isn't your bedroom.
So what a beautiful place to live when we
Right.
are loving our community, when we're taking pride in our community, and we are being thoughtful.
Yes.
So that's a win. So if we kick open that door and maybe have some fees, they're worth it, every penny.
Thank you. Councilor Christopher,
So.
microphone, please.
So I really think that we ought to at least find out what it would cost us to revisit that. You turned it off. No, I did not. Oh, okay, you're good. To find out what the SDC adjustment would cost, and then we can make a decision on whether we feel we want to move forward with that right now. But in the meantime, just as Councilor Kohler said, I thought of the same thing. If we wanted to put shade cloth over the big toy in Claggett, that would probably, we couldn't do it with SDC dollars. And so those SDC dollars set in a lockbox unused. And, yes? What I'm trying to do is find a way to unlock that box. So remember what SDCs are, systems development charges. So when I develop a new neighborhood, I'm gonna charge every one of these people that buy one of these houses, they have to pay SDC charges. And those are to go back into the community to put amenities into parks. Except that if we don't get the language just right, or if we don't add everything to those parks, they set. And we don't get to spend them on amenities. So what I'm trying to say is, I don't want to expand and make this a huge expense to completely rework the Parks Master Plan. At the same time, how can the language be added to every single park that says if we make enhancements to the amenities that are already listed right here in our little master plan, it's right here on this paper, except we're gonna light it up, except we're gonna cover it. What is the secret language that we could use that would allow us to enhance the amenities that already exist in our master plan? That's what I'm interested in. And making sure that we have that language in every single park so that when 13 kids, that we had never thought of covering the bowl, we had never thought of lighting it up, and we're 15 years down the road. Had we known that, we would have put the magic language in the book. So let's make an attempt to do that now. Thanks so much.
Thank you. I do want to point out, though, that the skate park was updated recently. And it was just a few years ago, we just redid it. I don't remember what year it was.
I think it was about 5 years ago now.
No, it got some major engineering as well.
Yeah.
There were some bowls that had really bad angles and so forth, so we did some pretty significant work. And yeah, I think it was about,
5 years.
I think it was in the before times. People know what I'm
BC.
talking about, yeah,
BC.
BC, yeah. We did a tremendous amount of work there, for both the safety, the angles, and we had professional design as well. So yeah, a lot of work has gone into it as well. Counselor Kohler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just another quick follow-up. We did encourage them to find other sources of income or grants, like maybe approach the Rotary Club, things like that, where some additional funds might be available for our youth.
Many hands make light work. All right. Anything else on parks? I did want to follow up on the Little League parking. I think I've been hearing about this for the last 20 years. This continues to be an issue because it's such a popular park. And even paving the parking lot won't take care of the capacity. We've never had sufficient capacity out there ever, to my knowledge. And I'm getting head shakes by people who have been out on that park for many decades. So this is not something that the Parks Board is going to be able to fix. It's not something traffic safety is going to be able to fix. It's not something that we have found a solution at this point. We've put in ways for people to walk and bike as well, but the fact of the matter is that we have people driving, and it's one of the most incredible traffic calming ever, because as people are parked, you can't barely move through that space. But that's a capacity issue that we have just not been able to solve.
Yeah.
Is that a fair assessment, Mr. Lawyer? Yeah.
Well, and again, that's what we talked about there, that this isn't something that that committee can solve, neither the traffic safety. This has been an ongoing thing for decades.
Yeah. It has been. So keeping our ears open and our minds open for alternatives and solutions. I think we'll have to leave it there. All right, anything else? Thank you so much, really appreciate it. Great conversation, everybody.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, boy, do we love a parade. Corey Filardo, John Straw, come on down. Congratulations on an outstanding parade event.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and councilors. My name's Corey Filardo. I'm the Executive Director at the Kaiser Chamber of Commerce, and I'm a resident of Kaiser. And I just wanted to come and share just a little bit behind the scenes about the Holiday Giving Basket Program and the parade. We served 197 families. We wrapped over 1,100 gifts on Thursday night last week. We served 505 children. They each got a toy and a clothing gift. The most amazing, miraculous thing happened this year in the community. We only had to shop personally from the Kaiser Chamber about 50 tags. And last year we had to shop for over 150 tags. So the community really showed up. They also returned the gifts on time. We only had to chase down 3, which was amazing. And so I'm just so humbled and amazed how this community supports our families and the calls that we get of how can we just donate cash? Can we do this? People went to Willamette Valley Bank and were depositing $1,000 checks for the program. It was just amazing. And a lot of folks came out that have never rapped before. So it was really awesome to make new relationships. And we have a new Santa Central, which is at Lake Point Community Church. And it's a fantastic space. It's over 20,000 square feet. So there's plenty of room for all the gifts. So I just wanted to share that with you. We're just super grateful for the support, Kaiser, and to all you guys too, who showed up and helped or wrapped gifts or recommended a family or anything that you did to support the program. We're just really grateful for that. And then, of course, we had our wonderful parade last weekend, and it was so awesome. I had the best parade so far in my time at the chamber. We had 77 floats. We had lots of Grinches and one Santa and Mrs. Claus, which I'm super proud of. I may know them.
You have connections.
I have connections, direct line. We're just super amazed by all the new businesses and new groups and community organizations that came out and had a float in the parade this year or a walking group. We even had the bouncy cars back this year. What are those called? Low riders. Thank you. Which is so awesome. It's just a different idea of how to celebrate. And we just had a great time. And I always cry at the start of the parade. I don't know why, but I just do. It's just like this overwhelming, joyous feeling of celebration. And it was really neat that you got to walk with Sam, our Grand Marshal, Sam Ghosh, who has been a staple in the community of Kaiser for many, many years at the chamber and his business at State Farm. And he's recently retired, and we felt that it was appropriate to honor him as a hometown Christmas guy. So thank you all for all that you give, the waiving of permit fees, the police time. It was a particularly crowded parade this year, so thank you for everything that the department did and the surrounding departments. It means a lot to me personally, but I know the chamber board and staff, we just love everything that you allow us to do in this community. So thank you so much for that. And then we're also here to talk a little bit about the First Citizen Banquet. I was made aware that there was some questions last meeting I was not able to be present for. So I was able to clear some things up outside of being in the council chambers, but I brought John Strow today. He wanted to talk a little bit about our need for both days to be reserved for us. So, John Strow, everybody.
Am I on? I can't tell.
Light on.
push it.
I got my
Now
hearing,
you- now
okay,
you're
I got my hearing aids on and they're feeding back anyway, so. Anyway, I hope there may be a question that was raised that I could speak to. Of course, I could speak to my 51 years of doing events in the video and AV area. But of course, every facility has its separate kind of needs and build-ins. It was presented to me that I just asked, how much time do we have to set up this event? And it was suggested that we may not have the afternoon before to do that. And I went, that's going to be kind of interesting. It wasn't in order to justify my time that I need to be in the building, as much as I just kind of see it as a holistic, logistical nightmare. I've got this saying about everybody I've ever talked to, about everybody says my vote doesn't count kind of thing. I say, well, that's because no single raindrop thinks he's responsible for the flood. And that's the same thing we have here. There's so many raindrops included in setting up an event like this, especially when all of the people that are setting this up are not event-trained professionals, but they're volunteers, they're business owners who walked away from their business to try to make this event work and have to go back to business and have to maybe take a shower before they come. They worked all their tail off for half a day, and they need to go back and fix themselves up. And this is not one of those large event centers that has a staff to set the, vacuum the floor, a staff to set the tables, a staff to put on the covers, a staff to put the plates, a staff to make the catering. We invite our local neighbors and our local businesses to come in and do that. And what that ends up doing is, since it's not internal, it's external. So you got one back door. You got to do all of that through one back door. This event center was not really set up as an event center. It was a community center before that. Before that, when it was built, it was a police department expansion project. It wasn't really built as a place to do the events that we're doing. So it's a great space, but there, as much as it is, there are some things that it isn't, and those things have to be compensated for. They got to figure out, not compensated in dollars and cents so much as just figure out how we're going to do it. There's no lighting in that building, so we got to figure out lights. There's no AV input and output in that room, so we got to figure out how to do that. The outputs from all of the speak microphones and whatnot are in a closet locked up on the far end, and there's no way to control them during an event. There's just thing after thing after thing that we've got to try to figure out how to do, and it creates another raindrop that we have to figure out how to accommodate. And anyway, if I was to look at this just as the AV guy and everybody else was out of my way, I could do this, lickety-split time. But then I got to think of all the other raindrops that need to fall to make this event happen. And I think it would be worth a good conversation to kind of figure out what that is, just to figure out what that space is and how it could be everything you want it to be. But I think it takes a little bit more time to set up an event of that caliber, more so than just, here's another one. If you set up something for a local government, everybody that's employed there comes to work and they all set up their thing and they do it. Boom, done. These are all, again, volunteers. They've had to leave their works, had to stop making money so that they can come over and do this instead. And that's an obstacle. I'm a one-man band. I'm just a one-man band. If I'm not doing that, I'm not doing it, So anyway, it's all good. Anybody that knows me, that has been around me much, they start talking about Johnisms, but I say it's never about what happens, it's always about what you do with it. I don't care what side of the board you're on, doesn't make any difference. Learned that after waking up 8 days in a hospital 8 days later and going, oh, what do you want me to do with this? Never didn't make any difference what happened. What do I do with it? And another thing I've always said, there's always at least 6 solutions for every problem. 4 of them you probably wouldn't want to do anyway. There's 2 that you should decide between. And it's just, that's the way it works. So anyway, that's kind of my 2 cents there, but I would like to answer any questions if a question came up. But I could talk about event setups, logistics, and all that. And I'll tell you, like 51 years, I produce and direct stage shows in Las Vegas, all the way down to a small church might need me to come in and help them set up a simple program. So anyway, I got everything in between. Any questions?
Questions for Mr. Straw or for Ms. Falardo? Counselor Christopher.
So John, what you're asking for is, Friday afternoon. So you're thinking so what the council waived the fees for and gave access to
Right.
was all day Saturday. And so what you're asking for is Friday afternoon and still, of course, all day
And
Saturday.
I think that has been done in the past, if I'm not mistaken. Has it not?
We've had the Friday before, 2 years prior to last year. Last year is the only year that I've planned for Citizen Banquet without the Friday before.
So, yeah, so 1 in your history, not.
Yeah.
So last year was the exception, not the rule, in her experience.
So if I could piggyback on the whole day or Afternoon.
afternoon, like 1 to 5 or 1 to 6, we've been here. And that's basically to move all of the decorations in, to make sure the tables are in the right space, to put the tablecloths on. And then Saturday, we can get the delivery of our plates, cups, all the cutlery and things like that. And then we set and put the centerpieces on.
And then I'm loading in the front door. So I'm bringing all that AV gear and cabinets and rollers and everything. I got to come in the front door because there's no space in the back door.
Okay.
And we are aware that, like, if it's not rented, we've already been told that we can use it. But I would just kindly ask, like, don't rent it, you know?
To make sure that you can let your volunteers know, something like that.
Yeah.
Counselor, actually, I was going to look at Counselor Cross. Did you have a question? And I was going to go to Counselor
I
Duran.
just wanted to make sure, and I might have already told Ms. Filardo this, because I know that we went through what we redid, what we were offering to the nonprofits, was that last year? That we are treating all the nonprofits the same. So whatever that looks like. So if we are doing this, which we feel like this is good for our community, are we doing that for Dollar Mentoring? Are we doing that for Soaring Heights? So that we're consistent in everything that we do. So those are my 2 cents. So if we need to add a day to whatever that looks like, but that we are fair to all of our nonprofit partners in our community.
Absolutely. I would agree with that statement.
As the AV guy in all of those events you mentioned, I would say that the scope of work in the First Citizens event is a grander thing than what I have to go through to put up a PowerPoint.
My follow-up
And run
to
a couple
that,
videos.
yes, probably, but it doesn't mean that Valor Mentoring or Soaring Heights can't grow into that.
Correct.
So,
Right, yeah.
yes.
Wouldn't it be nice?
We keep on doing that. Counselor Duran.
Yeah, my biggest concern was giving away a Friday for free when there's a potential for a Monday through Friday event. So we could lose a whole week event because we gave away Friday. So that's my biggest concern is if we do, add this in, it's a potential for losing a whole week of
And I would
service.
Sure.
say, most of those events that are Monday through Friday, boogie out at 2 on Friday. Because if it's that big of an event, if it's a conference and they all come into town, they're all trying to get airplanes, travel expenses, and get out of Dodge.
And
Very
that's-
often.
That's why I suggested if it's not being used on Friday, then you guys can have it.
And we're happy to stay with that decision. I just wanted you to hear the answer to the question. It's important that we have clear communication. So we're okay with staying with that scenario. But if you chose to grant it to us, it's okay to say no. That's the worst thing you could say, so.
And for me, it's really like, as soon as you know, I gotta know. Because I can't come in on Saturday and the platforms aren't laid down. And I can come back, 2 hours later and something else is not ready to go, rock and roll, and the projectors aren't there. I've got to say, okay, if we take this time limit, a half and a whole, and go, the timetable has to do that too.
So you talked about people having to leave their businesses and so forth. Can you, and can we accommodate going into the evening hours? Where you come about 3:30 in the afternoon, because you're right.
I
If you
can.
do a conference or something like that, you're out of here.
And actually, the
I
pressure's
could
more-
do that.
the pressure's
Jill and I
more on
can
these
do
folks.
that.
Moving it a little bit later, that would make it easier for business volunteers to be able to finish up their workday, get down here and help, and move into the evening hours. And I'm looking at Mr. Brown from a staff perspective. Would that be something that Lily and Nolan can then work with, because he is available to do potentially evening or assist? What do you think about that as a opportunity? Mr. Wood?
Madam Mayor, City Council, we could entertain that. We will have to do some shift juggling to get folks there. I guess really the question is, at what point do we need to have tables and risers and all that kind of stuff set?
So if you could work with Ms. Filardo on the timing and then move it later where we would be able to rent out the space and then make it available going into the evening hours. What do you all think about that as a solution? I'm going to go to Counselor Cross.
Well, just follow up to that, to piggyback on that, if, say it was a 4 to 8 or a 5 to 9 PM, what would that look like price-wise? And say nobody rented that, so if it was just, say it looks, what is that price, Tim? 4 to 9 PM? Rough figure.
Well, it'd be about $237 an hour, so
$1,000?
$1,000 if we waive the 8-hour minimum.
Okay, so say it's $1,000, but you could hypothetically pencil that in, and if that isn't booked, then that $1,000 would go away.
That's correct, yes.
Right.
So it's a way to say yes to the no.
Yeah, it's an opportunity and it's less likely to be booked that night than if we're trying to do daytime. This is a very popular venue. Thank you to the business community that embraces this space and uses it heavily because we're a desirable location to do business and our catering businesses do a great job, so.
And that is
I think that adds to
MLK
it.
weekend too, so the probability of that being booked that night is
Much lower,
much lower.
yeah. Counselor Christopher?
I just want to understand what you're saying. So you're saying we would let them in at 3, and so then we wouldn't book past 3 on the Friday before MLK? It's the Friday before MLK?
Or
whatever, I'm just,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
So that's what you're saying. So I think you're right. If they could rely on that, if we could say yes, as of 4 o'clock, whomever rented it for the 5 days has to be gone, then they could come in. And if we don't rent it, they could have it the whole day.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, and I really think you're right. On the Friday before MLK, I think the chances are great. You could have it for the whole day.
Right. But this opens up that opportunity, but gives you some certainty for going into the evening. And that is something that I think when, to Counselor Cross's point for consistency, that is something we can look at for other organizations as well. When you have, and I'd be interested to hear from Ms. Vaughn, what are the, and again, this is still a growing year in terms of the use of our event space. What does that look like when you have big Saturday events? Do we often get calls for renting it out Friday to make sure that we are maximizing the value and the accessibility to the community? So that might be a good follow-up conversation on how we can make sure that our policies are fair and equitable. Would that be,
Yes,
that works for you?
we will make it work.
Works for
I
you?
can make it work, yeah.
Works for Mr. Wood? All right, thank you. Great idea, Counselor Cross, Counselor
Thank you.
Christopher. All right, thank you much.
Appreciate you all.
right.
Thank you so much. Merry
Thank you.
Christmas.
Merry Christmas. You made it merry for us with all of the wonderful programs.
You guys, whoops, I'm spilling the soda. You guys helped a lot too, so thank you. Appreciate you all.
Well, it's now my pleasure to call up Mr. Shannon Johnson. So good to see you, sir.
Thank you. It's a different spot to sit in. Madam Mayor, Council, City staff, glad to be here. I'm keen because Tammy told me you might be adopting the new code, and I thought I'd be around for that. It was a lot of work for Tammy and I know a lot of work for Joe and Tammy and the rest of the staff too, so it's kind of good to see it come to fruition. I was sorry I was not able to pull it off. I was able to get the draft to our good friend Roger. Did you deal with Roger in Florida? Roger, I forgot his last name, but he's 74 years old and this is all he's ever done. Attorney does just code work all across the nation. He's quite helpful, but not very fast. And, but in any event, I'm really glad to see it come to fruition, glad to be here tonight to see the council hopefully adopt that. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you, and thank you for your tremendous career to the people of Kaiser and getting this ready to finally adopt. 42 years, let's not rush it. Yeah. This is monumental for us and for accessibility for all of us to for our own ordinances, so they're understandable and reachable.
It was substantial, I knew it was gonna be a lot of work, it was substantially more work than I even imagined. And so, before I left this past February, I was able to get the draft to Roger, and then he had sent me late. But in any event, we had several calls and Zoom meetings on that, and with a lot of work from Tammy, and then, I don't know when he got it back to you guys, Joe, but, you know, it was, I had a lot of changes that he had to make. And then things you change something here, you have to change something over there, and so it was quite a project.
Well, we've been warned that we're going to be doing a lot of batting cleanup as things start to come together, but I think it speaks to the hard work that you and Tammy have done over the years to keep us as consistently on track as possible without this tool available to you.
Well, we didn't really think there was a need for code because Tammy, as long as, you know, either Tammy or Tracy was around, you could,
Yeah.
you know, I mean, of course, if they weren't around, you couldn't just look at the ordinance because you couldn't be sure that it was accurate. So we ran into that problem. So finally said, we need somebody to, how do we fix this?
So is this downloading all of you into the system?
Yeah, the historical knowledge, right? Thank you very much.
Any questions for Mr. Johnson? Councilor Kohler has a question for you.
Of course. I knew Councilor Kohler would have a question.
Why would I not? Not necessarily a question, but when I was reviewing some of the code things this week, I looked at that and I said, I hope Mr. Johnson comes because it would be a travesty to put all this before the council and not have you here. So thank
I
you.
appreciate you saying that. Thanks.
Right. Thank you so much. All right, Judy Lichty, the Kaiser Community Food Bank. Good to see you.
All right, good evening. I just came from the food bank about an hour ago, I guess. I'm here to kind of give you an update. I know that a lot of you saw the story about us in the Kaiser Times about a week or so ago, and about our issues that we had with Food Share. We have resolved those issues, so we are going to be able to continue doing what we do and going into the new year with that. We're also, you know, in a transitional time with the building. A couple of our counselors here are very familiar with it. I know that. Faith Lutheran is in the process of selling the building to Crossroads Fellowship. And that should be sometime at the end of the year or early January when that is complete. And we are going to be safe and secure in that location. I mean, they have come on board and are fantastic volunteers. I really appreciate them. If I ask for 10 people, they bring 20, seriously. So that to me, I'm very happy about. Thanksgiving. If a lot of you probably see cars wrapped around the parking lot. Well, Thanksgiving, it also goes all the way down Cummings past John Knox Presbyterian. The Thursday before Thanksgiving, we served 204 families. The Monday before Thanksgiving, 279. And usually during those 2 days that were open, they're looking for turkeys or Thanksgiving. Well, last year we did turkeys. That was painful. That was put on my shoulders, and I didn't want to do that again. So we did gift cards this year, which made it so much easier. But I had to go out and get 400 of them at $20 a pop. So we spent $8,000 of our money for people to have a nice Thanksgiving meal. The unfortunate thing is, even with the numbers that we served, the Thursday morning, we had to turn away at least 50 families because we had no food. And the Monday, we had to turn away at least 20. And so it just broke my heart that we could not serve everybody during that week. Kind of give you an idea of how much our clientele has grown. January of this year, our monthly average was 123 families served every time we were open. November, that average was up to 184. Of course, that includes the Thanksgiving, so that kind of skews the numbers a little bit. But our August through October numbers, we were averaging around 145 families every time we were open. So when I first started working at the food bank back in 18, we were serving 25 to 30 families every time we were open. So you can see the amount of need that has increased. And again, with our financials, spending $8,000, our donations are down this year. But for everybody, we have 2 weeks until the end of the year. And if you need a place to send a tax deductible donation, Kaiser Community Food Bank will happily take it in, and we spend it wisely. We have a give box online on our Facebook page, as well as our website, which is kaisercommunityfoodbank.org. So I think that's about all I have written down. I really do appreciate the community support, because whenever I have had a time when I get a bit frustrated or something like that, there's always one of you guys who I could talk to, and you can kind of calm me down, which I really appreciate. Councilor Kohler, you have done that wonderfully for me, as well as you, Shani. So the two of you have helped me quite a bit this year. So any questions?
Councilor Kohler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for coming in tonight. It's interesting, I had a conversation with the Marion Polk Food Share just last week. And I said, what's going on here? And he explained to me how the whole thing came apart and came together with the pressure from the Oregon Food Bank.
Right.
And so just to let people know, it wasn't Marion Polk Food Share that was really applying the pressure. It was Oregon Food Bank. But thank you for working together and getting that all put together.
Yeah, I do have to give them credit. They came out this past Thursday, to see our operations, and I think that's what really helped them, because that was what we were trying to get across to them, saying, look, we're serving all these families, and the new rules that the Oregon Food Bank wanted to push down on us meant that we were not going to be able to serve as many families. It was going to just slow down our process considerably. So, yeah, we're quite happy that Oregon Food Bank kind of signed up with this.
Follow up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think what the Oregon Food Bank would really like to see you do is to be like the Ware Food Bank in Woodburn. I don't know if you've been there, but that's the people that are searching for a meal, they come in and they grab a cart and they go get the things that they want. And that's really not the model that you guys have, so.
We can't do that model right now. We might be able to have something similar to that down the road, but not right now.
Right, but again, thank you for all your efforts.
Oh, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it, and all the work you do to serve families in our community.
Well, thank you, and Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, everybody.
Merry Christmas.
All right.
All right, that is everybody for committee reports and public comments. And I believe there's someone else who'd like to come on down for a public comment.
Sorry.
It's okay. You know the drill.
Marlene Parsons, City of Kaiser. Corey forgot, and so she kicked me on the way out. The Kaiser Elks partnered with the chamber this year, and we did the food boxes, and we did 3 food boxes per family, not 1. And the chamber provided the hams this year, but we also collect money during the year and spent $16,000 of our own money to make sure that all those families got fed, plus about 50 more. So I just wanted to let you know that.
Thank you very much to the Kaiser Elks. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's wonderful. Oh, anybody else for public comment? All right. We have no public hearings this evening, so we are going to go on to administrative action. We're going to start up with follow-up from our solid waste haulers. I'm going to go to Mr. Brown and then call our folks up here.
Thanks. Go ahead. Come on up, guys. The part of the rate setting in July last year or June, you asked the haulers if they would come up Valley and Lawrence to talk about impacts of some of the unknowns at that time, and they may still be unknowns, but the incinerator, tipping fees, and the impacts of the incinerator and some of the things that are coming up as related to that. So without that, or any more introduction, Sean Edmonds and
Ryan Willis.
Ryan Willis, yeah.
Well, good evening. Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to address you, Madam Mayor, city staff, and the councilors. Before I launch into some of the updates, it was just really nice to hear about a lot of our community partners tonight, giving you updates, and like them, want to ensure that, and I think our actions speak louder than our words probably, but community stewardship is really important to all of us. And we were fortunate enough to participate and be 3 or 4 of those floats and all that fun stuff this Saturday. So it was a really rewarding event for all of us. And we really enjoyed, talking to a lot of the individuals in the community and throwing out candy and honking our horns in our trucks, and just a really rewarding event. So we were just happy to be a part of that as well. So, updates. So I'm sure all of you have read in the papers, and there's like 3 different acronyms. You hear Covanta, you hear the burner, you hear ReWorld. All 3 the same, okay? But yeah, they are, as far as we know, we've been informed by Marion County that they are shutting down at the end of the year, which is a couple weeks away. So I just want to make sure that I instill a lot of confidence in this room and with all of you that Resource is ready to take all of those tons, and all of the affiliated partners, including the one that I also represent, Wheat Transportation. We've ordered trucks. We've had additional headcount that we've already been training over the last 3 months. So we're certainly ready to take on those additional tons, as well as our partners down at Coffin Butte. They're ready as well. So it's kind of a live show until anybody tells us otherwise. We're all planning on Covanta shutting down, which I think the likelihood of that happening is 99.9%. And we're ready to take that volume and make sure that we handle the waste accordingly. So I think there'll probably be a shutdown period. We haven't got all of the details yet. When you shut down a facility of that nature, they need to burn out some of the waste and things of that nature in the medical. So I suspect that we'll probably start really seeing volumes hit the floor probably mid-January.
Okay.
So any updates on that?
Okay.
Or I mean questions, I'm sorry, not updates, but questions.
Councilor Christopher has a question. Microphone, please.
So where is it going? Corvallis?
So we're located on Brooks. It's just about, what, a mile away, Ryan, from the...
Oh.
Yeah, a mile west, yeah, from the burner. So that's just redirecting all of the trucks right into our facility that we handle right there, and our Resource, and all of that material will simply be loaded and transported down to a Coffin Butte and disposed of accordingly. And we've been in a lot, what we call internally, it's called diversions. We've been in a lot of diversions where they're diverting a lot of those trucks and things of that nature. It's been pretty consistent over the last 2 or 3 months. So it's nothing that, it's a big surprise or something that's all hands on deck. We're ready for it. We've had multiple meetings, and should be a non-event to be candid.
Wasn't there a problem down at, what's it called, Coffin?
The landfill,
Yeah,
and when you say problem,
like avalanche kind of problems?
not that I'm
Or
aware. I mean, there's a number of,
Sinking, I mean, there was, I can't remember really what it was, but I know there was an issue. Tell me I'm crazy and everything's gonna be great.
well, no, there's a lot of, they're going through some expansion efforts right now, so probably what you're referring to is, potentially some of those issues or questions that may be out in the media pertaining to expansion efforts and some of their gas emissions and things of that nature. But I'm certainly not one that can speak to that on behalf of Republic Services, but, yeah, I don't think we'll have any issues there whatsoever.
Okay.
And then the other follow-up was on the tipping fees, because the question in the summer was whether Marion County was going to raise rates significantly to, catch up with what they haven't done or with indexing. And what did Marion County decide?
Yeah, we're still in discussions with them at this point in time, and, so those discussions are certainly ongoing, and we're working through those conversations, but at this point in time, we're not seeing any increase in rates, certainly in the next year. But as that information unfolds and those, like I said, those conversations are ongoing, we'll make sure that we communicate with Adam and keep everybody abreast of those developments as they happen.
Okay, because that was a big question mark.
Yeah.
And it's something that we as a city council can't control. That's 100% on the Marion County Commissioners and
Yeah, there's
staff
certainly, I mean,
recommendation.
yeah, all of our rate setting has already been set for the next year, so we're not seeing any,
Okay.
changes to that. The only changes to that, however, in terms of the medical waste, because when the incinerator does shut down, we have found a local service provider. It's called BioClean, which is great because we love local and being in the community. And sometime over the next 3 months, the material that is picked up from our customer base, including residential and commercials, that material will continue to be picked up, but instead of burned and processed at the incinerator, Covanta, that material will then be transported over to BioClean, a local company here in Salem, and they actually have a pretty cool process. It's this new kind of ozone process where they kind of sanitize all of the waste and kind of shred it down into small pieces, the non-pathological, the sharps and gloves and things of that nature, and then we can dispose of that in Coffin Butte. The pathological waste will, of course, continue to be burned, and right now, that provider is up in Portland. But again, information will be forthcoming. We'll make sure that we keep you all updated and make sure that we provide ample opportunity to communicate to the customers. But that rate will significantly increase, probably, 90 to, I mean, the rates will probably double in terms of those rates. And that's just, from a cost perspective, the incinerator is much, much cheaper, and those rates will be, just passed along. But it's a pretty small volume, to be honest, in terms of the overall customer base here in Kaiser. But we'll make sure that we reach out, educate everybody, and keep everybody here abreast as that, again, unfolds.
Thank you. Council President Starr?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to say thank you for putting the information in the letter that you sent out to residents about, for people that needed some assistance in their bill. I also wanted to double check on that medical waste and those rate increases. Will people still be able to, will they be able to apply? Will that be included in their ability to request assistance?
That's a great question. I'll follow up on that. I'm not quite sure how that.
Because I worry about some of our older residents who have some medical conditions and, how that's going to play into that. So that's, my antenna went up.
Okay, no,
when
that's
you
a great
talked
question,
about
and
that
we'll
price
certainly do
increase.
everything we can do to accommodate appropriately, but I will certainly follow up and get back to you on that particular point. You bet.
Thank you.
And then the one last thing that came up was about the upcoming changes to recycling. And that was the program due to legislation. Do you want to kind of give us a preview of coming events?
I mean, really right now, yeah, from the Recycling Modernization Act, we're working with DEQ and all the affiliated organizations. And right now, we're going through a process of just making sure that all of those different types of products are identified and that we set up specific education programs. And there is an opportunity, and the information is due back to the state by the end of March, Q1, in terms of, which really doesn't necessarily apply to our area because we offer, commingle and recycling at the curb in all of our communities here. But what we are looking at and partnering with Valley is potentially expanding our depot. We would love to expand our depot and make that a little bit more robust, and we're talking to an adjacent business owner. So we are going through that process, and we'll be asking for some credits and some acknowledgement in terms of what we would like to do there, because that's a well-served, depot that's used by a lot of our citizens. So if we can expand that and maybe put some cover and expand the products in terms of like letting individuals drop off electronics, for example, and things of that nature. So we'll be going through that process. And again, as that unfolds, we'll also be keeping everybody here updated as well.
All right.
Is there anything you wanted to add to that, Ryan? Okay.
Got it.
All right, any other questions? Well, thank you so much, and thank you for all the follow-through, the work you're doing. We look forward to hearing of these programs and the additional changes roll out. And this is a great opportunity, since this is broadcast, to get it out into the community as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you, Madam Mayor, and happy holidays to everybody.
Happy holidays. All right. That takes us then to item 8B, which is a resolution establishing Kaiser Parks reservation and use fees, repealing resolution R 2023-3411. Mr. Wood.
Madam Mayor, City Council, the park reservation system, that's where our residents can get exclusive access to parts of our park system, most commonly like a picnic shelter kind of area. Operates on a fee-for-service kind of model. Where the fees generated from the program are intended to offset the cost of providing the services. For a typical 2-hour park reservation, there's approximately 15 minutes of administrative time processing the park application, which includes checking availability, going over park rules, regulations, taking the payment, answering any customer questions. In addition, the Parks Department takes 20 to 30 minutes to approve the application, prepare post signage, ensure the location is customer ready. That typically involves going to that site, so there's some drive time involved as well. So there's a little bit of wear and tear on vehicles, that kind of a thing. Total staff time is about 35 to 45 minutes, and that equates to about $42 to $49, kind of a range for a typical 2-hour park reservation. Our fee structure for this is set up so that every 3 years the fees get indexed using a CPI kind of rate. We typically, over the last few years, when we do the index, we typically go from the high rate of what it would cost us to operate the fields to the low rate. And then over the next several years, we kind of lose money as everything kind of catches up due to inflation, staff costs, that kind of a thing. The city of Kaiser receives approximately $8,000 to $10,000 in park use fees per year, and that's about 110 to 130 different events. And again, the most common is renting a picnic table or one of the picnic shelters. Unfortunately, during last year, when we added the park vendors, the permit for the park vendors, we changed the indexing. The park fees were supposed to index July 1st, 2024. However, the resolution indicated July 1st, 2026. So this would be an additional 2 years where we would go significantly underwater as far as a fee-for-service model goes. So we're coming back here tonight to amend the resolution to change the indexing date back to July 1st, 2024, as it had originally been anticipated, so that we can continue on with our every 3-year indexing process. And again, we're going from the top of the range where we're barely breaking any money to the bottom of the range to where we have an opportunity over the next several years to try to pay for the services provided through this process. So with that, we did do some public outreach. We did a press release that got published in the Kaiser Times. We also posted to social media to let the general public know that this change was coming. With that, we, as far as I know, did not receive any comments back. However, that will be an ongoing process whenever we look at any type of fees going forward. So I do appreciate that feedback that we got provided at the last meeting. With that, I'd be free to address any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions on the staff report? Councilor Cross?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Is there a way we can be more efficient? 35 to 45 minutes staff time on a 2-hour event seems kind of, like, I don't know if we're using antiquated or that just, I don't, maybe this question is for Mr. Brown.
Well, we can definitely look at efficiencies. I mean, we're always kind of looking at that. So the challenge really is when you're dealing with a customer who isn't really used to renting facilities. They have a lot of questions. I mean, we typically have to go through the park regulations and let them know, no, you can't have bouncy houses. You can't have open fire.
Okay, so maybe
flames,
it's
that kind of
like a
things.
list of things that they can or can't have. That just seemed like an awful lot of staff time for a 2-hour reservation. Just observation from the outside. Thank you for your work on this.
Thank you.
Council President Starr?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Wood, I just want to make sure I heard or understood you correctly. So you mentioned that currently you're significantly underwater in the cost fee-for-service model. Can you give me?
Sure, definitely. So specifically for a 2-hour park reservation, it's costing us $42 to $49 in that range. We're currently charging $42. So for an average one, not one that necessarily goes sideways where there's a lot of questions, issues, concerns. So we're barely keeping up. And if we keep the indexing into 2026, we're just going to continue to lose money with each park reservation that we make.
Thank you.
Follow up.
So the staff report says the increase in park use fees will generate approximately $1,000 to $1,500 in additional resources. So when I read that, additional resources, it means you're not necessarily bringing it's a new stream of revenue or additional revenue coming in, not necessarily breaking even. So on that, I just want to make sure I'm connecting the dots. The increase in park use fees will generate approximately $1,000 to $1,500 in additional resources. That's additional resources to break even in the fee for service, what it's costing us, not like over and above what we're already.
You are correct, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Reed?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I was looking on our city website to see how easily accessible these fees are as far as the information about them, and they are very accessible. Just in terms of the, this is under the community schedule your event. And so it was just a couple clicks and it gives a map of the parks and their amenities and then the inquiry form and then the parks reservation application. So I appreciate that is all really easily accessible and that's all very user-friendly. My only thing is I would, and maybe you've done this already, but just take a look at the application form as you're updating these applications, just to make sure there's nothing else that need to be updated in the forms besides the fees. So that's all. But I do really appreciate that these are as user-friendly and informative as they are. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anything additional? Is there anyone here who would like to make public comment on this issue regarding the reservation and use fees? The floor is open for anyone to make comment. Okay, seeing none. Council President Starr, would you like to put a motion on the table for us, please?
I move that Kaiser City Council adopt Resolution R2024, establishing Kaiser Park use fees and repealing Resolution R2023-3411.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded that the Kaiser City Council adopt Resolution R 2024, establishing Kaiser Park use fees, repealing Resolution R 2023-3411. Any discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, signify by saying no. Hearing no objection, motion passes unanimously. All right, let's go on to item 8C, which is resolution authorizing disposition of surplus property and authorizing city manager to sign facility space intergovernmental agreement with City of Salem. And this is Mr. Brown?
Chief Copeland.
Oh, and Chief.
will address
All right.
this.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, City Councilors. This is a decision that was somewhat made back in 2009 when I was still a patrol sergeant. And we've inherited this decision, and now we're finally signing an IGA to finalize it. Back in 1997, we first were kind of working with Salem on our radio system. They added an antenna to our building to give us more radio power. And then in 2002, we went to the B system, which is kind of it's a radio B system. And in order to do that, to cover us and Kaiser Fire and some of Marion County in the north part of the district, they built a building outside of the police department grounds. It was actually on the property next door, and they had to use on the north side of the police department, outside of the fence, and they had to kind of walk up and down the property owner's driveway to get to the system, to the building that they built. In 2009, we rebuilt this building, tore down the other one, and the decision was made to put their building inside the walls of the police department parking structure. They've continued up, and also we went from 2 generator system, one using the city hall side, and then one for the police department. We went from 2 to 1, so now we have one big generator in the police department parking lot that powers this whole building should the power go out. And we gave or allowed Salem to use one of the generators, it's a Catolite generator, to power the radio system in 2009, and the other one's over at Public Works. So Salem's been using and maintaining that generator since 2009. And talking to Melvin Peterson, who's been around for this entire time, working for the city of Salem, he says they've put about $20,000 in repairs into the generator. More recently, they just did another couple thousand during the last power outage. So all we're doing with this resolution is disposing of the generator, allowing Salem to have it and maintain it. They're going to continue to maintain it, but they have been maintaining the generator while we still own it. So, and talking with Melvin, he's like, I get pushback every time I spend money on that generator because it's not technically ours. The intergovernmental agreement was written and probably should have been signed a couple years ago. It had old city manager's name on it, and so it's been around for a long time. Tammy found it and was like, hey, I think we should probably sign this thing at some point. So we went back and forth with Salem. We added some new language in there, just making sure everything was correct. And so 2 things. One, it's allowing us to sign the IGA, which allows, it's some rules about Salem radio system, how they can use the property and how they're going to maintain it, and they can provide insurance on it, and then also at the same time giving them the generator. So that's what this is. There's a lot of history behind it going back to 1997. It's a great system for us. They maintain, I think Melvin was saying we have around a couple $1 million worth of product on our site, in our facility, $12 million radio system overall that we pay obviously yearly for, but we don't have to pay for the equipment to install it and maintain it. So they do all that for us. And we're now on an 800 megahertz system, and which is way better. So our radio frequencies can go all over the place now. So it's a more of a digital system. We've upgraded it a couple years ago. So I'm happy to answer any questions. I don't know how in depth you want me to get. It's really, there's a lot of history there that I could go through, but at the end of the day, it's a great relationship. It's working well for us and we want to continue that in the future. So what we recommend is that you adopt the resolution authorizing the disposition of surplus property and authorizing the city manager to sign the facility space intergovernmental agreement with the city of Salem. Please.
Thank you very much. All right, are there any questions on the staff report, the proposal that was in the packet? Councilor Kohler?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Chief Copeland, thank you. It's good to see you again.
It's good to be back.
So my understanding is that it wasn't working right during the last outage anyway?
That is correct. Well, it failed during the last outage. The batteries, there's batteries to the radio system as well, so with the couple hours the batteries will last. They were able to fix it within that couple hours, but it cost a couple $1,000. And Melvin told me what was wrong with it. I couldn't tell you what was wrong with it. It's written down somewhere.
And quick follow-up.
Follow-up?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The building itself, they still continue to maintain?
Yes, and that's the IGA spells that out, that they will maintain any upgrades, or if there's a roof leak or a failure, that they maintain the building.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Any other questions? All right, Council President Starr, would you put a motion on the table for us, please?
I move that Kaiser City Council adopt Resolution R2024, authorizing the disposition of surplus property and authorizing the city manager to sign a facility space intergovernmental agreement with the city of Salem.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded that the Kaiser City Council adopt Resolution R 2024, authorizing disposition of surplus property and authorizing city manager to sign facility space intergovernmental agreement with City of Salem. Any discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, signify by saying no. Hearing no objection, motion passes unanimously. All right, that takes us to item 8D, which is a resolution approving the city engineer's report declaring the city's intent to form Clear Lake Commons Street Lighting Local Improvement District, providing notice and setting hearing. And this goes to Ms. Bissett.
Mayor and city councilors, a petition was recently filed by Trademark Enterprises LLC to form a local improvement district for streetlights. On November 18th, the city council adopted a resolution to form the lighting district and to finance the district by special assessment. The council also directed the city engineer to make a survey of the district and file a written report with the city recorder. The city engineer has prepared the survey and written report, which is included in your city council packet. This evening, the City Council shall consider the report and may, by resolution, approve the report as submitted or may amend and approve the report as amended. The Council may also direct the City Engineer to furnish the Council with a further report or information, or the Council may, by resolution, record its intention to abandon the formation of the district. If the Council approves the Engineer's report, the Council shall declare by resolution that it intends to form the district and shall direct the city recorder to mail a notice to the owners of the real property within the district. So tonight, staff recommends that the council adopt the resolution declaring the city's intent to form Clear Lake Commons Street Lighting Local Improvement District, approving the engineer's report and providing notice and setting a hearing.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions on the staff report or the proposal? Seeing none, Council President Starr.
I move to adopt the resolution R2024 approving the city engineer's report declaring the city's intent to form Clear Lake Commons Street Lighting Local Improvement District and providing notice and setting hearing.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded that the Kaiser City Council adopt Resolution R 2024 approving the city engineer's report declaring the city's intent to form Clear Lake Commons Street Lighting Local Improvement District, providing notice and setting hearing. Any discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, signify by saying no. Hearing no objection, motion passes unanimously. Item 8E is a resolution in the matter of adoption of the municipal judge evaluation process, repealing resolutions R 2021-3142 and R 2024-3499. And this is Mr. Lindsay.
It is. Thank you, Mayor, Council. this is a situation, and I know the council has heard about this in a couple of different ways. Your three direct hires, right, are the city manager, myself, and then we have a contractor in our municipal court judge. And so part of the processes that are set up annually is to go in and observe court. So the last time these processes were done, the council looked in my direction and said, hey, shouldn't there be some sort of form that we could use to, go in so we know sort of what we're even looking for when we're going into court? So I went ahead and tried to produce said form, and then we ran it through the PPC, and then came through here. And then the question was, great, thank you for the form. Now, is there any particular way we should use this form? Because this is a city official, and if you're observing them, are you making a record of their, the way in which their performance is? And mostly in the way, if it's negative, how do we protect ourselves so that we don't say anything bad about somebody, that maybe we can avail ourselves of executive session? So I looked at the resolution that has been set up for evaluating the performance of the judge, and am requesting these changes because it not only incorporates the form, but even as soon as the last meeting, we made little tweaks to it because tonight we're going to talk a little bit about rules too, but we wanted to empower the counselors to go ahead and sign up for this. And then if they don't by a specific amount of time, I'll come back around and remind counselors that they need to do this because it needs to be done annually. And so, and then of course it spells out the use of the form, which is, if it's all positive, great. We can make this part of the record, move on. If there's anything that is not satisfactory, then my advice is I'm going to gather, those forms, and then I'm going to set right away a executive session so that you don't have to say anything unseemly in the public eye. You can avail yourself of that closed session because you are dealing with somebody who has individual rights.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all the work that's gone into this to take something that we were doing rather informally. And I want to particularly thank Councilor Cross, who asked the question, how do I do this? And has resulted in this observation form and all the input that we've gotten from several of us on the City Council. Are there any questions or additional comments on this before we put a motion on the table? Councilor Kohler?
Sorry to do all this again, but is annually often enough to actually review this?
I would say because it is an ongoing contract, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And kind of following up on that, Ms. Harms sends out the schedule of planned hearings and so forth, and they're not terribly frequent, especially in this last few years. They have been somewhat infrequent, so that made it a little more challenging for some city councilors to be able to make time to come into court and work it into their work schedule. So I think, to your point, Councilor Kohler, this is not something that happens like every Tuesday or every Thursday or something like that. It's scheduled, but if there are no arrangements, it's canceled. Arraignments.
Allow me then to say, I will make sure that we share out that schedule on a more consistent basis so that people know.
Right. And that'll be part of how we use this process when counselors volunteer, but if we put it into our, attach it to a next week or something like that, or send it out to council so that we can, because this is open to anybody to come and observe. We want to make sure we at least get two, but it's time out of your day. You've got to schedule it around your work, around your other work, committees and so forth. So we want to make sure we at least know we've got two people committed to carry this out each year and then report back. So hence the volunteers for that on an annual basis. But it's public, so come on in and observe Judge Myers in action. And it's well worth your time. All right, Council President Starr, would you put a motion on the table for us, please?
I move the Kaiser City Council adopt Resolution R2024 in the matter of adoption of the municipal judge evaluation process and repealing resolutions number R2021-3142 and R2024-3499.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded that the Kaiser City Council adopt Resolution R 2024 in the matter of adoption of the municipal judge evaluation process, repealing resolutions number R 2021-3142 and R 2024-3499. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed signify by saying no. Motion passes unanimously. Check that box. All right, thank you very much. Let's go to item 8F, which is an ordinance creating a planning commission, providing for its composition and organization, providing its powers and duties, repeal of ordinances 2020-824 and 2023-867. And this goes to Mr. Witham.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, City Council. So before you tonight, there are some proposed changes that the Planning Commission is recommending to the City Council for you all's consideration. I figured that tonight you wouldn't be looking enough at ordinance language in the packet. So I thought we would just get this in here also. That's not why. It's just when it happened. At the November meeting, sorry, that was, come on, I'm a dad. It's bad jokes. But basically, this was one of the magical Tammy list items, was to revisit Planning Commission's rules that came up. And so at the October meeting, Planning Commission looked at the rules, they kind of workshopped it together and directed staff to come back with the help of the legal department to look at some of the resolutions, because there's a few of them that were amended over the years. And so there's two pieces. There's the resolution piece, which the Planning Commission is who adopts that resolution, but then there's also an ordinance piece that the City Council adopts and that has specific rules in it. In their discussions, they came up with a few things. The first thing that they were trying to do with this, and I have to give the legal department the credit because Tammy does amazing work and Joe, you do too. But they put together a new resolution that basically puts everything so there's consistency. Like one of the things we found in there is the resolutions say we meet at 7 p.m. on the second Wednesday of every month and previously said 7:30 on the third Wednesday of every month. Shane has worked here for 27 years and I don't know ever that the Planning Commission has met at 7 p.m. It's always been at 6 p.m. Councilor Duran can attest to that. And like that was something that I didn't know that was in there. So there was some simple fixes that needed to happen to basically reflect the ongoing long-standing practices of the commission. And then also there was a desire by the commission to create consistency with how they conduct the public hearings and the timeframes allotted for testimony so that it would be consistent with what the council already does in those situations. And that was kind of born because the Planning Commission chose to take on a little more responsibility by hearing variances and conditional uses, which they didn't used to do that. So that's kind of the main thing in the resolution. And then the other piece that came up in their discussions is that the council rules, they're asking or recommending that council consider changes to just a couple of specific items. One is there's a provision in there that talks about term limits, and it currently says that no planning commissioner can serve more than 2 consecutive terms. And they would like to eliminate that, and they're recommending that that language be dropped so that a planning commissioner can continue to serve. And in part because some of the planning we work, it takes a long time. Long-range plans are generally 20-year plans. And they would still re-up through the volunteer coordinating committee and approval of council at the end of their terms. But instead of them being capped out and after their 2 terms, they have to leave and not serve if they want to keep serving, they would have that opportunity to continue to apply. So that was one. And then the other piece was how meetings are canceled. It requires the Planning Commission by consensus to vote on canceling a meeting. And everybody thought that was odd, considering that if you're canceling a meeting and you're not there because the meeting's getting canceled, how does that work? You may not know the month ahead of time that the meeting needs to be canceled. So the language that's proposed in there is that for canceling a meeting, if it's determined that there wasn't a meeting necessary that month, that it would require consensus of the council liaison, the planning commission chair, and the staff liaison. So those entities would get together and go, okay, we don't need a meeting this month. And then there's one other little language tweak in there that provides provision for calling a special meeting if necessary because of land use hearings and cases and the timeframes associated with them. With that, I would be happy to answer any questions and most likely send you to the legal department because Shane's not a lawyer, so.
All right. Thank you very much, and thank you to the Planning Commission for this work. Are there any questions? All right. I had one, let me, oh gosh, I lost my place. Oh, you do have a question? Okay, Councilor Christopher, I'll go to you and I'll find my question.
Thanks. I don't have a question, I just have a comment. I'll be voting no on removing term limits. But I had an
Can we, it sounds like the deliberation.
Oh, okay, then I'll wait.
So can we press pause? So right now it's questions on the proposal and the, and so forth. And I think I found my question. So on the commission right now, we have requirements regarding, the number of people in the same industry or industries, especially regarding, building, real estate, et cetera, et cetera. Those are, were there any suggestions there, or are they good to go with that?
Well, they did have quite a bit of discussion on that, and Mr. Lindsay was able to explain that some of those provisions that were in there are based on what the state law says. However, we have a little bit higher threshold that we have in our language, whereas we say no more than one, state technically says no more than two. So I don't know if Mr. Lindsay has more to add to that, but there was quite a bit of discussion, and they ultimately landed on being comfortable with the existing language the way it was.
I can point out precisely where the question leads to is if you're on our ordinance, it's page 117 of the packet. And then B is the section down at the bottom. Now, that is almost verbatim when you follow the state statute in setting up a planning commission, that's what they prescribe as far as like the membership. However, the one piece that is more strict is that no more than one voting member shall be engaged in the same kind of occupation, business, trade, or profession. It actually says two in the state. So we're stricter about having people who are in the same occupation, business, trade, or profession. The stuff about some people being in real estate, well, those sorts of things make sense historically because planning commission, sometimes people who are builders, developers, real estate folks might say, hey, I know I might get on the planning commission, I can start changing rules, to favor sort of my industry. But also they're professionals in the industry, right? And so they know a lot about the industry and might even know which ones probably should be changed. So that kind of works both ways. The Planning Commission was of the mind that having only one member engaged in the same kind of occupation, that could be read a little bit more strictly. So it isn't like saying the fast food occupation, so you can't have two people working in fast food. They were saying they would read it, and I would concur, that it's a little bit more like a very specific thing. Like for lawyers, for example. I think you could have two lawyers on there if one lawyer was a real estate lawyer, right? And the other one was a criminal lawyer, right? Because those are completely different, although that's more for occupation, but profession, I guess you'd lose out on that one. So maybe bad example off the top of my head. But we went round and round on this, and they wanted to limit it to one.
Well, that's why I'm confused, because on line 22, it says, and maybe this is from the state statute, no more than 2 voting members shall be engaged principally in the buying, selling, or developing of real estate for profit as individuals, or be a member of any partnership or officers, employees, da-da-da.
That is.
And then, but line 26 says no more than 1 voting member shall be engaged in the same kind of occupation. But the line 22 seems to indicate you could have 2, but line 26 says 1.
Well, and so
I'm confused.
We parsed that out thinking, what if one person develops real estate while another person simply sells it?
Okay, buying, selling, or developing.
So
So
real
if real
estate itself
estate-
has professions within it.
Yeah.
Right, and then developers
And same with banking.
and builders,
Banking
okay, like mortgage,
versus,
yeah.
Yeah, I'm very glad that this was brought up because this was the same confusion that we all had at Planning Commission. And the first time that we met with Planning Commission, unfortunately, Mr. Lindsay wasn't able to be there. And so Shane and the Planning Commission, we got to scratch our heads together and go, yeah, that's super confusing. We don't understand. But Mr. Lindsay was able to help us. And that was the example that kind of helped illustrate it. If you had somebody who does real estate and somebody who's a home builder, that's not the same profession, but it's in the same category. So you could have those 2 on your planning commission, but you couldn't have 3 of those, that group. So, anyway,
Okay.
great question.
Then I'm gonna follow up with the next one because this has come up in a number of conversations. Line 27, no more than 1 member shall be a non-resident of the city of Kaiser. So we do allow for a non-resident. We have talked about that if the individual is a non-resident, they have to have another rational nexus to Kaiser, either owning property, owning a business, some sort of connection to Kaiser, and there's nothing in this that I can see.
Yeah,
we've
Madam
had
Mayor,
that
I mean,
conversation.
absolutely. So primarily, the Planning Commission was looking at the resolution that they adopt. And because of things in the resolution and things that came up, they were also given the council ordinance because they don't adopt the council ordinance.
But they
Clearly,
advise
the
on it.
council does, but they'll advise on it. And so in this case, their focus was how do we align the existing council ordinance with the actual changes that we're proposing. So there was a little bit of discussion on that, and they didn't make a recommendation to staff for us to bring to you all. But if that is something that you, I mean, obviously that's then the council wants to be relooked at, or honestly, Planning Commission wouldn't have to make a recommendation on it either, so.
Well, I know that's been a question that's been raised as Kaiser's gotten bigger. When we were smaller, it made more sense, especially when we may not have professionals here and so forth that could meet a particular goal or need for information or expertise. I don't think we're in that space anymore. So I'm going to open this one up to conversation about what does council think about keeping that in there, that we have a non-resident making decisions or making recommendation on the development within Kaiser versus residents, or do we want to include business owners or property owners that are within Kaiser, but this may not be their residence for voting purposes? So somebody owns a business property here, that sort of thing. Councilor Reed.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I think this question's more for Mr. Witham, but looking at our current commission, do we have any non-Kaiser residents? I mean, what I'm getting to is reinforcing what Mayor Clark says about, do we need this anymore? Do we have non-Kaiser people on there right now, or have we for a while, or do we need this?
We don't currently, and to my knowledge, in my time here, we never have. I think it's always been Kaiser folks that have volunteered and applied to be planning commissioners as far as I know, at least in the last 10 or more years.
Council President Starr?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I hear that we don't have any and we haven't had any, but what happens when we do? Like, if we're changing it now, do we want to Mayor Clark's point, just take the opportunity to, I don't know, fix it, address it now while we're in the middle of it?
Mr. Lindsay?
Thank you. I guess the two ways that come to mind to change it is either scratch out the word more than one at the bottom of page 117, and it would just say no member shall be a non-resident. Or you could, if you don't want to be that stark, you could say, keep the sentence, and then at the end, the amendment could say, unless, but such non-resident must have, a place of business in Kaiser, own a property in Kaiser, or have a job in Kaiser.
Follow up, Council President Starr?
I'm going to regret asking this. I have a
Oh,
feeling.
no.
What do we say in our other committees? Because if we do it for one,
Yeah. Well,
and Counselor Duran is saying that Parks is the only one who has it.
I believe
So
that might
just
be
a
some of the
question.
terms that no, it might actually be in this very packet, right? Because we are looking to change that. Yeah, the council rules for the.
Time to stand.
So allow me to look, sorry.
I will offer this while he looks. Planning Commission did discuss that a little bit. They were hesitant to recommend a lot of sweeping changes to council rules just on their own, but there was discussion about it. And I think if council were to say, no, look, we want that to be something, I don't think your planning commission is going to be offended by it. I mean, ultimately, to become a planning commissioner, a person would apply, go through the volunteer coordinating committee. They would make a recommendation to council for actually being placed on that committee. So ultimately, the power is still in the council's hands, but I think if that's something that wants to be done, I don't think planning commission is going to be upset if that's a decision that council wants to make, based on the conversations we had.
I just think,
Follow up.
sorry, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just think we should, if we have the ability to implement that requirement or that change early on in the process versus waiting until it gets here, I would advocate adding that in.
Counselor Kohler, and then I'm going to go Counselor Duran. I've got a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have committees that require the members to be members of the electorate. And we have some that do not require them to be even residents. For example, on the Parks Board, we have a member who does not live in Kaiser. He has a business in Kaiser, but he's very familiar with all of our parks, and he's a great member of the Parks Board. And I think the Arts Commission also has the same non-requirement to be a resident. So I'm not real anxious to be changing that requirement right now.
So I'd like to follow up on that real quick. So the two examples you gave, the people who are on there do have a connection to Kaiser, either through a business or a property. So there is a, for lack of a better word, skin in the game with people making decisions on behalf of the people of Kaiser, that they have, there's something in it for them, both on plus and minus side. So they have a thank you, that's probably the more professional term, a vested interest. And that's what I'm looking for, is to make sure the people making decisions or making recommendations have that plus their expertise. Just my one and a half cents worth. Mr. Lindsay?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I did find the suggested change, which doesn't exist currently, but would be asked of your guys' approval in the red lines that we're bringing to the rules, which is, it says, at the time of, to receive an appointment, and this is for all of the qualifications for all of the committees, the candidate must be 18 years of age or older on the date of appointment, a resident, property owner, employee in, or business owner in the city, except where specified by resolution or ordinance. So I guess that opens it back up if there's ordinances that have this provision in them.
So to that point, that if we, this does have it in it, and that would be the out, if you will, in the council rules. So I'm going to, when we get to the motion, to, unless the mover wants to do that, to incorporate, to swap that sentence in for this sentence on line 27 and 28 from the no more than one member shall be a non-resident of Kaiser, and swap in for the language that we have proposed in our rules, so we start to incorporate those in a consistent fashion. So I'll be bringing that forward in the next section, but I want to check with Counselor Duran, because I saw you nodding your head too. To Mr. Witham's knowledge, there haven't been for a long time people who are not actual residents of Kaiser. Has that also been your experience, Counselor?
Yeah, correct. In what I've been, I think I started in the Planning Commission 11 years ago, so I've been involved with it for that long. But, yeah, I don't remember anybody not being a resident of Kaiser, so, but I kind of worry about it being open to somebody, you know, that may have an agenda outside of the city's best interest, and that being an open opportunity for them. So I kind of think maybe talking about making some kind of focus or something that we can have a limitation there would be a good idea.
Okay. All right, so we'll be able to discuss the language of that under deliberation, unless we want to wordsmith it now. Council President Starr.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So what is there a time frame and reason why we would need to wordsmith it here in order to vote on it tonight? Or can we do a consensus conversation and direct staff to bring it back with those changes and any other changes in the document versus wordsmithing it and then voting on it tonight?
I think the only timely piece of this was the whether or not you wanted to have term limits, right? Because I think that we do have one person, I think, who might face.
Terming out this next year.
Oh, terming out this next year. Okay, so it isn't this January.
So we could
no,
still
there is no
address
reason not
that term limit thing and have our conversation and then direct you to bring it back.
to. Yeah, it can all be directed back. There's no reason to have our hair on fire.
Okay.
I don't want my hair on fire. Thank you.
It's expensive. So to kind of wrap around that then, so I'm hearing two different things on the no more than one member shall be non-resident of Kaiser. So one proposal is to use the language that we've been working, that we will also be discussing later regarding a person either being a resident, property owner, business owner, and so forth, where they may not be a resident, as in this is where they vote, but they have a connection to Kaiser. But to Councilor Duran's point, that we want to make sure that people making decisions for Kaiser are as vested in Kaiser as possible, and that feels like resident. So I think we need to, if we're going to give staff a direction to come back with on the language, I think we need to decide that, what that looks like. And so I heard from Councilor Duran, making this a resident. We're starting with this one because this is the ordinance on the table. And we can talk about the other ones as well, but again, some of them have a statutory requirement, such as budget has statutory requirements that are different from everybody else. So we can't make every single committee exactly the same because some have statutory limitations, other ones don't. And some of them we've designed, shall we say, custom for Kaiser. So that would also be something that if we want to get consistent, you know, what would be the benefit or loss? But if we could focus our conversation around this one in particular, because it does have some nuances and some statutory requirements that go with it. Councilor Duran, I'd be interested to hear a little bit more about, from your point of view, on the residency requirement.
Yeah, I'm not sure what, you know, I do feel that, you know, somebody that doesn't necessarily live in Kaiser, but is very vested in Kaiser, which we do, you know, the Parks Board member is very vested in Kaiser, grew up in Kaiser. He just happens to live outside of the city, but works in Kaiser. You know, I would believe would be a good person to be on the Planning Commission if he chose. But that may not necessarily be the same case for another person that lives outside of Kaiser that works in Kaiser. So I don't know how to say it, you know, what would be the best way to do it, but I would like to find a way to limit it. I just don't know what.
Two
what way to-
residents only?
Yeah, I
So
don't
that
know.
would be your, that's what we've had for 11 years, and you've seen success with that?
To what?
To having residents, I mean, right now it's by practice or by luck of the draw.
Right, it's no more than one member shall be a non-resident is what
Right.
we've had.
And we've had
We
none.
haven't had any.
Right.
But if we did have one that wanted to and they weren't vested, you know, I could specifically see somebody from a city close to us that would decide to get in here to change our, you know, what we have going on, that may not be in our best interest.
That's a point well taken. Other thoughts on this, Counselor Reed?
Well, just remembering that the ultimate decision sits with the council anyway, so if that were the case, the council would not approve that appointment if it so choose, so.
Follow up.
Counselor Duran?
May not know at that point that they aren't the right person because they're not vested. But they may be great. Yeah, it's hard to say.
Yeah. So, Counselor Kohler?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think that's part of the reason that we have the VCC.
Yes, and they take their direction from us. So what they're looking for is what we are going to be putting into this ordinance, and that's what they're going to be focusing on. If we have a concern, a requirement, a desire, in this regard, they're going to take their direction from others. Otherwise, they're not going to know that this is an issue other than what it says here. Okay, everybody on here is resident except for one, check that box. So through the ordinance, we need to give them direction. So, Counselor Christopher?
You know, I don't really have an opinion on this one way or another, but you've been on there 11 years. It almost seems to me like we're trying to fix something that's not broken. And even if we get someone who does not live in Kaiser, but has an interest to be on the planning commission, maybe because of their profession or not, I mean, it's one vote. You've got 7 people there. So you're saying this one bad actor who has a hidden agenda, I mean, he's got to be awfully convincing with the other 6. Now, maybe that's the case, I don't know. But it just seems like we're trying to fix a problem that we really don't have.
Could be. But this is, part of the nexus of the conversation of that line within our rules.
Yeah, I got it.
That's that same idea.
But it does say in the rules, unless otherwise stated in the ordinance.
Exactly.
So,
and again, that's why we have the differences between our different committees and commissions. So are we trying to make sure that we have residents on our committees and commissions? Do we want to make exceptions, make each one custom? And that's a decision that we need to make if we're going to give direction to staff to bring this back. Counselor Duran.
You know, I guess my opinion right now is, since we haven't had this problem before, we could do it the easy way and just say no non-residents. And if it comes up in the future that we get somebody that says, I really wish I was there, we can go over it at that point. And then we're covered.
I'm pretty consistent. So I'm looking at Mr. Lindsay for some guidance on this. We want to make, I'm not sure that we're united on this. So I'm going to ask for consensus first, and if not, then we'll have to do a motion and to adopt this, to recommend this language to go into the ordinance. Is that the correct procedure?
Sure. You could either do it that way, or you could, if you wanted to mull it over, I could write it so that it includes both things, and then at the next time you see it, you could vote on it then.
let's do that.
Okay,
Okay, and then that way you don't have to make up your mind tonight.
okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
We can think about it.
Okay. Did you have something, or do you want to, ready to move on to Councilor, okay, Council President Starr, and I think Councilor Christopher.
Well, I think I was gonna ask, so we're Mr. Lindsay's gonna write it with both options, so we can mull it over, but I think I heard another correction, so do we have to vote on that? Or can we have consensus conversation on that direction as well?
Right. So if, I'm going to go to Councilor Christopher to introduce the issue she wants to discuss, and then we can see if we have an agreement on that, or we want to bring back more than one option. Councilor Christopher.
Great, thanks. So, I think this is probably, in the years that I've been involved with, public service and the city, this is a critical committee. This is probably, other than budget, this is probably the most critical committee that we have in the city. I'm not in favor of eliminating, term limits. I don't want, and I have a whole bunch of reasons why. But I had an opportunity, I sat on another, board with Fernando Lopez, who's a planning commission member, and I said, tell me more about this and what's the problem? And he said exactly as you said, Mr. Witham, and that is they want to see some of these projects through to fruition. They start it, and sometimes if they start it somewhere midterm of that first term, they don't get to see them through fruition. And I said, as an alternative to that, how about if we just extended it by one term? That would be a total of 9 years that a person could serve in planning commission and then have to take a break. And what do you think about that? And he said he felt that would solve the problem. I'd like to know your opinion on that.
Sure. Again, the rules and the resolution are 100% the planning commission. My biggest concern actually lived in the resolution for when we had resolutions that said we were starting meetings at times that we don't start them at. So the one thing I would want to say, and I'm going to defer if Mr. Lindsay needs to correct me, but we do have in the staff recommendation, there's 2 different motions. One is to deal with the resolution because the planning commission doesn't have the power to change the resolution without council approval is what the rules currently say. And they still say that. But so there is that piece of it. Is the resolution okay? And then the ordinance is really where the substantive changes. That's where planning commission got into it and said, oh, well, what about this? What about this? So we have a new planning commissioner this year, happens to be somebody who was a professional planner for Marion County for years. I was really excited that she applied because, I'm like, sweet, there's like a real planner at the city because Shane's not really even a real planner. But she actually was one of the people that brought this issue up when we discussed. And she said, I worked for Marion County for years, and we've had planning commissioners who've served for 15, 20 years sometimes, because the planning profession, as you know, when I bring things to y'all, it's not, I try to make it somewhat entertaining when I present, or I do my best. It can be some pretty dry, heady stuff, and not everybody loves it. So oftentimes we get planning commissioners that serve their term, and they're out of there. And so as a staff person, I love it when I have planning commissioners that come, that serve, that engage. And if they're thoughtful and have the community's best interests at heart and they do the work to understand the concepts that we're bringing, when the planning commission brought this up, I went, wow, I've never really thought of that, but that would be amazing. So as a staff person, I am not opposed to them being able to be there longer. Ultimately, whether or not it's 6 years or 9 years or 50 years, I think there is some wisdom. I sit in a chair and I have a lot of institutional knowledge in this organization because I've been around for a really long time. And there's a lot of strength in that. And I think the same thing, I look at the dais and I know a lot of y'all have served for a very long time, the city of Kaiser, and I think that does really great things for the city because of consistency. I think there's always that concern of, well, like with planning commission or anything, well, but are we also hearing from new ideas and the next generation and all of those kinds of things? So there's absolutely a balance. I think planning commission ultimately, and I don't want to speak for planning commission beyond what the recommendation says, but they did discuss it at length, and I think they'd be happy with whatever, and they'd be okay with whatever. They recognize that the city council is who has this. There was a lot of questions as to why this rule is here, and even talking with Tammy, our legal assistant, who is the keeper of 42 years of ordinances, nobody really could put a finger on the why. Can you put a finger on the why?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know why? Tammy told me.
Oh, okay.
Because it was initiated, this planning commission ordinance was initiated originally when the city was made,
Okay.
became a city. And so who did we copy? We copied Salem.
Okay.
And Salem had term limits.
So they
And
just-
so there was really no discussion as to what, is this good, is this bad? We were creating everything from ground zero. And so she just copied Salem. But I will say, I'm trying to find that happy medium, like you said. What I wouldn't want to happen is that we had 7 commissioners, and like you said, I apologize to planners, and it's kind of a geeky committee. And so, are you going to get folks in there? Are you going to get folks in there that are like Counselor Duran, a planning geek, that is going to want to stay for 50 years? I'm not positive, but, generally speaking, I think that, that subtle turnover is really the way to go, to bring in new ideas, but have those new ideas mingle with what we've done in the past, which is why I bring forward to say, Commissioner Lopez felt that that answered the need and would provide for 9 years of a commissioner. And, here's the other thing. We can still change this again. So if we try that and we see a need, I don't think we need to go from 6 years, which seems to be pretty short, to forever. I'm thinking, maybe that next step is 9 years, and we try that on and see how that fits. And then if we still feel we need to make a recommendation to eliminate terms altogether, then we take that step then. So that's what I would ask, that we make an incremental step, and that step would be to add a 3rd term.
Good. Thank you. And it's really helpful to remember that for a term for planning commission is 3 years, because we're used to like 4-year terms or 2-year terms for elected office, but these are 3. And I don't know why, but they are.
Because Salem's work.
So can we change it to 4?
Well,
I don't hate that idea.
that would also slow down if we change it to 2 4-year terms, making it 8 years, again, they would have to go through the process less often. Or is there something?
The one thing, just the one thing I would offer, I do know, I believe that I have a planning commissioner who's been a great planning commissioner and is interested in continuing on if these rules change past this term. But he's already sworn in for his term, so I don't know. I would defer to Mr. Lindsay, but I would guess, I don't know if the terms would automatically change midstream for them being appointed, or if the term would end and then it would be the next appointment.
Ideally, if you wanted it to be that way, we would put it in, we would codify it so that we knew what you meant. So if you wanted them to expire their 3-year terms, that's one thing. If you wanted them to now become 4-year terms,
Right.
we could put it in that way.
Counselor Duran, you had something? On the 3-year versus 4-year term, I thought I heard a disturbance in the force.
Yeah, my thinking was the specific person that we're talking about right now, even if we made a change, it would only add 1 more year to his,
Unless we go 3/4.
yeah, unless we went 3/4, so. But if we just did 4-year terms, he's at the start of his 3rd year of his 2nd term. So he would only be adding a year to his term if we just did the 2 4-year terms.
It'd be 6 moving to.
And I
the-
believe there's 2 commissioners right now that might stay longer that are going to end at the same time. So,
It's a lot of experience to lose.
and we, I would like to see them both stay, so.
So I'm going to go Counselor Kohler and then come back to Counselor Christopher.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm kind of in favor of leaving it at a 3-year term, because that way, if you've had somebody that's serving and saying, you know what, I've had enough geek stuff, I've got to get out of here, that they could do that without saying, you know what, I just quit.
Counselor Christopher.
So Mayor, I'm wondering if we can, like, I see 3 decision points to look for consensus. The first one being, would the council be willing to consider,
Microphone.
will the council be willing to consider, instead of
Seriously.
eliminating term limits, adding a third 3-year term limit? That's question number 1. Question number 2, does the council want to change them to 4-year? And you know what? I'm going to back that up. I think that we should see if there's consensus for that, because there again, that's dramatic change, and maybe we want to stay with incremental change, adding a third 3-year term. So that's what I would ask, Mayor.
Okay. So there's a couple of decision points. One, is there general consensus that looking toward a third term, either 3 or 4-year terms? Let me pass that down.
Yeah.
We're helping you, Counselor.
you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I get by with a little help from my friends.
Hey, it takes a team.
Totally going to see it. I can see it right now.
It's bright yellow, it'll show up. What the sign says is microphone. Okay, anyway, back to the business at hand. Looking for longer, so I'm hearing a consensus that going a little longer has a benefit to the work of the planning commission, which benefits the city. So moving forward with that assumption, anybody telling me I'm way off base on that one? Nope, okay. So looking at moving forward, we're actually looking at 3 options. One is the no term limits at all. A 3-year terms, or 3 4-year terms.
Yeah,
Those are
I think that's
the
right.
options I'm seeing. I'm not hearing consensus on no term limits. Am I wrong? No. So I think having a term limit, but of a more reasonable scale that benefits us and the level of expertise that we know is necessary on the planning commission, correct?
Correct.
All right. So the decision point now is 3 3-year terms, 3 4-year terms, the difference being 9 or 12. I can do math on TV. So, thoughts?
Why
3
don't you bring back both of those?
9 years or 12 years, bring
Yeah.
them back, and then we can mull it over, and those will be the 2 decision points on that particular, so 3 3-year terms or 3 4-year terms.
Correct.
And then we will decide from there. Mr. Lindsay?
Would you, because Planning Commission is going to meet in early January, is it not? Would you want us to take this back to them for further advice on these changes? Or?
Sure.
Why not? Ask this, if Counselor Duran's going to be there? Yeah. Ask the question.
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
All right, so we can do that. And then the other thing I want to point out that Mr. Witham actually mentioned is the ordinance is you guys, right? And you are the only ones with the legislative power to pass this. But there is the resolution
Yes.
for their rules, and they, it's so weird that it says this in there, but they have the power to make or establish or alter their rules, but only with approval from you.
Right.
So they would be asking for the rules as they're, and I'll give you kind of the Cliff Notes version of this, which is it does change the start time from,
Yes.
or to 6
Yeah.
instead of 7. And then it also literally takes from your rules of procedure, your quasi judicial and your legislative processes, and just exacts them into their rules. So it should be, and those aren't even ones that we're going to touch with our current rule changes. So I assume that's for consistency's sake, that should be hopefully acceptable.
Yes. So shifting gears, I think those are the main things on the ordinance that we want to see come back. So now we're going to go to the resolution. It's on page
129?
Yep, 129 of the packet out of 1,264 pages. And this would be for making these corrections by the, we're past 9 o'clock, at the request of the planning commission. So with that, is there any questions on the resolution before we put a motion on the table for the resolution itself? Council President Starr.
I move that the Kaiser City Council approve the proposed Planning Commission Resolution R 2025
4.
Can I ask a clarifying question before I finish the motion? Why is it 2025 when we're passing it in 2024?
We will make it 2024 if it indeed passes tonight.
Thank you.
Oh, actually, I should say this. Actually, you're right. No, you're approving it, but then they're going to.
Then they're going to
It's their
adopt it.
resolution.
Okay, great.
Okay,
Thank
that's-
you. I will continue. I'll just start over. I move that Kaiser City Council approve the proposed Planning Commission Resolution R2025 in the matter of adopting rules of the commission and repeal of Resolution 83-1, 83-2, and R98-2, and recommend that the Planning Commission adopt such resolution.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded that the Kaiser City Council approve the proposed Planning Commission Resolution R 2025 in the matter of adopting rules of the commission, repeal of Resolution 83-1, 83-2, and R98-2, and recommend that the Planning Commission adopt such resolution. Discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed signify by saying no. Hearing no objection, motion passes unanimously. At this time, I would like to recess us for a stretch break for 10 minutes. We are in recess. evening. I'd like to call the Kaiser City Council back into session, and we are going to resume our agenda with item 8G, which is an ordinance. Here we go, folks. Adopting and enacting a new code for the city of Kaiser, Oregon, providing for the repeal of certain ordinances not included therein, providing a penalty for the violation thereof, providing for the manner of amending such code, and providing when such code and this ordinance shall become effective. All right, and so we have an ordinance and then resolution, repealing resolutions R 85-144, R 85-154, R 86-206, and R 2001-1232. Mr. Lindsay.
Oh, thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm holding, just for visual sake, what is now going to be called these, if you so choose to adopt it, the City of Kaiser, Oregon Code. So that doesn't necessarily flow off the tongue as much as Kaiser Municipal Code, but it technically here is called City of Kaiser, Oregon Code. So I guess get used to CKOC. It's sort of exciting, and I'm really excited that Shannon Johnson has shown up to kind of relive a council meeting one last time. Because this, he did a ton of work on this. When they first started talking about all of our codes that existed since the inception and incorporation of the city, each one of those didn't necessarily get placed in a convenient chapter or category, right? So each one was a standalone, live alone. What?
Yes, I'm going to have to press pause. I'm sorry, we're dying.
Oh.
The acronym is not going to work.
Oh.
What was the acronym?
CKOC. Write it down. It just looks peculiar.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
I already was laughing.
Oh. The City of Kaiser, Oregon Code is its own thing, I guess. So, fair enough, fair enough. No, well, no, so the life of, the city ordinances and the powers that you guys to have, and this body has to ordain and legislate, clicked along clearly at a pretty quickened pace as a new city would, but never putting it into a formal fashion that, was in chapter and could easily be, I guess, used for a lot of folks. To boot, these ordinances, when they were amended, then lived with sometimes two, I think they tried to create an in-house rule that no more than 2 amendments or 3 amendments before then you come up with a whole new ordinance, because it's really hard to go, oh, I want this one ordinance, but wait, should I check the whole body of all ordinances to see if it's ever been amended 2 or 3 times? So it really is helpful for when Mr. Johnson came up and he said, sort of tongue-in-cheek, that if Tammy were gone or he were gone, people wouldn't necessarily know where to find the code. That isn't exactly true. You wouldn't know what was the last code that you should be looking for, right, if there was an amendment to it. The other thing is we had several versions of resolutions that belonged more comfortably under ordinances, and so the resolutions that you see here are actually in the draft version that you all saw back in September. And those actually are more law than they are just action, because resolutions are actions and ordinances are laws. So that's what those are about. But really what we did was, and Shannon to his credit and Tammy to her great credit was they worked with another attorney who does this all the time and really went back not only through the history of all of those things to see sort of what needed to be where, but also what versions of things need to be looked at and whether or not certain things were still legal, for instance, or didn't have conflict of laws at state or federal levels and things like that too. And then of course, we had a whole host of ordinances that we pass that we don't really live in a chapter code like this, like franchises, or like when we do annexations, those are ordinances, but you wouldn't put them necessarily in a chapter under anything in particular. So those are still sort of miscellaneous and living out there. So those still exist as well. I'm trying to think of other ones where we pass ordinances, lighting districts, I believe, right? We just looked at one of those. So none of those things are in a chapter because we don't think the public's going to necessarily be looking for those. They can still look under miscellaneous for some of those things. Historians can look under miscellaneous for those things. What we've really tried to do is set forth chapters that make sense, like general provisions, municipal court, law enforcement, emergency management, development charges, nuisances, solid waste. So each chapter makes a lot more sense now. And so everything kind of got put in its proper place. And then, of course, after the original draft went out, they sent us a draft back to make sure that they got their stuff right. We ran that by this council back in September. And knowing that kind of once the horse was out of the stall, we were going to have to, because that is how our code is currently passed. That's how the laws that were made and put on the books are. So with a few exceptions that we took out because they existed in other places, we are presenting this law as it came about over the years, just in a reformatted, chaptered form. From here, if you adopt this, which is really adopting your current codes just in a reformatted fashion, we will then do even more arduous tasks of trying to now bring certain things up to date that haven't necessarily been revisited because they've been either hiding away in this maze of ordinances or, time has just probably allowed them to kind of fade off. And so now we're going to look at things and sharpen our pencils and try to do the work of making things 21st century quality, so.
All right. Fantastic. So this is to adopt the one we have here, and then the corrections as we go through, as you all go through, and then bring to us inconsistencies, old versions, things like that, that we will have to then make corrections over this next year or so. We'll be seeing those being rolling through city council, plus this opportunity to reread them going, hadn't thought of that, like the in-depth conversation we just had about planning commission. So while you've been warning us that there'll be a lot of work coming up, I think I can return the favor that there may be some new ideas that also emerge in the conversation.
And I think that's great. I think that's really healthy. Just so, you don't you don't throw out things that, the people before you have done necessarily without really good discernment. But at the same time, I think there is a value to re-looking at stuff that was done 40, 50 years ago and run it up against time and current reasoning.
Exactly. Any questions or comments on Councilor Duran?
Do we have an idea how much this is going to cost to make future amendments at $19 a page?
Well, so here's the way this works. The company itself, there was a contract that was negotiated for this first work, which had a lot of legal analysis connected with it. Then right now we're currently having it online itself. Right now their annual fee is $450 so that it exists there. And we can, I believe, change each page online. I think what ends up happening is the price per page that I quote in here at $19 per page is when we, depending on how many of these hard copies we have too. So that is still probably something that I think we can negotiate or discover. For instance, do we want to go with online versions over just paper copies? Or do we just want to have, try to figure out having one or two hard copies somewhere, for reference or whatever, but that if we can try to focus and shave down costs. So I'm with you. I don't like spending other people's money necessarily. So I My goal will be to, once we get to our first supplement, right, which would be the first time that we look probably and send them several ordinances that we think we've been working on, and we probably give them that supplement to change it. I'm going to be talking with them to make sure that we get the biggest bang for our buck and spend the least amount that we can.
Yeah, but yeah.
Follow up?
Well, so you probably can't give me a figure on that, but I have another question. Why isn't there a chapter 7?
Let me look.
Here.
Is there a punchline or is there really no chapter
In
7?
the list, there's no chapter 7.
Well, there are a few missing.
Oh, sometimes ordinances sort of live in cities in a particular fashion, and so sometimes they will intentionally leave ones blank so that they will fill in. And we might be, and I don't know what 7 would be left blank for, but I would imagine that there's a particular chapter that most places have that we don't, that would probably have something in line with, it would make sense to go between whatever we have here. Animals and buildings.
I was just curious. There's no number 7.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, it says, so, for folks who are following along, it says reserved. You know, I see this in contract too. They want to keep the format of the contract, consistent. But if a particular term doesn't apply, then in that particular contract, the language is swapped in with reserve. So is that kind of the idea?
Yes, so there is a recognition that laws do change, and even you might need to come up with a whole new chapter. But it might live better in the middle than it does at the very end, for just ease of use.
Okay. So for folks who are following on, with the online packet, so we have the beginning part about 150, 158 and so forth, and then the entire thing is in the online version with the idea of we're gonna save a couple of forests by not printing them. I'm with Counselor Duran. If we can minimize the number of print copies on hand, that way, it's like our development code. For years, we had notebooks and we were swapping out pages. And I was just delighted when the whole thing went online and we don't have to swap out the pages anymore. So I appreciate not having that doorstop in my home office.
I'll say right away, Madam Mayor, you are in line with our city recorder, who usually is tasked with any changes, then you have to hit every single one of those books.
Yep. And I think it's more searchable, as we know that when the document is online, for those who do know how to use that technology, it's much more searchable than trying to figure out what chapter it's in. You can put a search word and boom, it takes you right to the chapter, or at least options. So it's easier for the public to be able to navigate. Sorry. There we go. Allergies are back. Any other questions or comments on the code? All right, Council President Starr.
I move the Kaiser City Council adopt ordinance number 2024, adopting and enacting a new code for the city of Kaiser, Oregon, providing for the repeal of certain ordinances not included therein, providing a penalty for the violation thereof, and providing for the manner of amending such code, and providing when such code and this ordinance shall become effective.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded that the Kaiser City Council adopt bill for an ordinance adopting and enacting a new code for the city of Kaiser, Oregon, providing for the repeal of certain ordinances not included therein, providing a penalty for the violation thereof, providing for the manner of amending such code, and providing when such code and this ordinance shall become effective. Any discussion? Question on, Councilor Duran.
Just another one that I meant to ask was, well, it says the officials of the city of Kaiser, Oregon, at the time of this codification, and it lists Robert Hussman, but does not list Counselor Christopher.
That is an excellent catch, and we saw that the other day and realized, when we called them, that it came the way we signed off on it at the time, which was in September. And so my apologies, although we subsequently can make sure that that gets mended.
Okay, so we'll, since it says at the time of enactment, I don't think it was anticipated we were going to have a turnover mid-cycle. So with that, and then the date of enactment, remind me, is, this is not with an emergency clause, so it's,
In fact, we discussed this too. We think that it's important that staff, we have some staff that uses forms that have our current ordinances on them. And so we wanted to give them a little bit of time to either reference the new formatted code when they're making their forms, or when we get online and we can kind of reference the new code and the old code, so folks have a little bit of time to do that legwork. So we're not asking for an emergency clause.
okay. And in reference to the earlier response to the proposed acronym,
Oh, yeah.
I highly recommend that something else that's a little bit less,
Provocative?
thank you, giggle provocative be found.
Okay,
So
sounds good.
It just does not flow well. I'll leave it there.
Oh.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, for
Yes.
sure. And then, I know that only the ordinance is currently for, vote, but there is that resolution also.
Right. Yeah, we will deal with that second. Just want to make sure that we took a step by step.
Okay.
So with those three, items of discussion, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. Is, what we call it is under the council's prerogative, right? So,
Well,
or is Kaiser Municipal Code already copyrighted?
I don't know. I just know that it says City of Kaiser, Oregon Code on here. I haven't spoken with them about whether or not there is a Kaiser Municipal Code that exists. But, I mean, we can, if you're looking, nobody makes us make an acronym, so we can say Kaiser Code if
Well,
you wanted.
And then the subject line does say Kaiser Municipal Code. KMC sounds very professional, neutral, and doesn't evoke, the acronyms have all sorts of, the danger of acronyms, we all know, is that it can mean a bazillion things depending on the context. But this one, I think, would be pretty easy to use. So unless people object, something like KMC for the Kaiser Municipal Code would really be definitive or, very clear about what it is. Anybody hate that idea? So if we could recommend, with this, that it have that acronym, I think it would be clear what it is.
Okay.
So, thank you. Anything further? Okay, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, signify by saying no. Hearing no objection, motion passes unanimously.
Now is when you
Mayor.
can stand and cheer.
Can we do the resolution?
Yeah, when,
Picture of Joe and.
we have one more item to take care of.
Okay,
So-
then I want to send it to you.
Yeah, we could do a brief moment of celebration. This is a huge, huge accomplishment. Council President Starr, the resolution, please.
I move the Kaiser City Council adopt Resolution R2024, repealing Resolutions R85-144, R85-154, R86-206, and R2001-1232.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded that the Kaiser City Council adopt Resolution R 2024, repealing Resolutions R 85-144, R 85-154, R 86-206, and R 2001-1232. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed signify by saying no. Hearing no objection, motion passes unanimously. We're going to take a brief pause for a photograph of our City Attorney Emeritus and our city attorney on accomplishment of a job well done. Yeah, come on up. Yeah.
Bring the book.
Oh, the book,
Of
yeah.
course she can.
Yeah, we can get the council. There we go, the book.
With the sign,
Yeah,
of course.
with the
in
sign.
back.
Give it to
Oh, there we
Lisa.
go.
She'll take it on your
Yeah,
phone.
I'm trying. Thanks, Lori.
Just make sure the microphone isn't like in your face or something.
So you gotta get their faces in it back there.
Okay, that was one camera. Shannon, I'm so proud of you.
Oh. Ah. Now who's a nerd? That was great.
Later, Shannon.
Yes, but he's leaving a happier man.
Yep. Merry Christmas, Shannon. All right, let's go to item 8H, which is a discussion regarding revisions to the city council rules of procedure. And we'll start off with Mr. Lindsay.
Okay, so at the last meeting, we did have council discussion about several of the council's rules of procedure. And so there were a lot of suggested changes that were offered at the meeting. And then there was a window of opportunity for other folks who were on the council, if they so chose, to offer some others within a week so that we could get it in the packet. So here we are with some of these offerings. Some of them, are living side by side, so they pretty much are discussion points, I think, for everyone. Some of the things that I think you want to keep in mind when you're looking at these things is these are the council rules, and so you get to make them, but then you have to live under them, so, you want to be thinking about that. And then the other thing is the only thing you can't do when you're changing your rules, and I had said this in my staff report, is you just can't offend the charter because the charter is more powerful than the rules. But they reference, that you guys have the power to make rules and that you're going to follow them. So it's not only an expected activity for under the charter, but any elector who voted for that charter would expect that is going to be the case, that you guys have your rules and that you make them. So with that said, I'm not sure how to govern the discussion because there is a lot to discuss. And if you're looking at all of the rules, one of my suggestions, if there was a timeliness issue for some and not the other, maybe you take certain, smaller packages and try to pass those earlier versus do you want to just try to just hit them all? I laid them all out here, so if people can walk through them in a quickened pace, if that's what you desire, we can do that too. The other thing is, Councilor Cross asked me about page, I tried to mark it. It's 6.4. It's on page 9 of the rules, but it's in your packet under 1186. It crossed out one potential way in which people or counselors could add items to the agenda. That is not necessarily what the approach of, I believe this came from a discussion that I had with my legal assistant about what we would want to encourage in terms of how we want to get things on the agenda. And we would prefer, and I think it's safer for folks so that they don't potentially talk to too many people and create a serial meeting, is a preference would be at a meeting to say, hey, let's put this on the next meeting, right? But if you can't get to that, then I don't think we want, or maybe you do, but I'm putting it out there because I don't think this should have been crossed out necessarily. It wouldn't be something, it's up to you. that item up at the top where it says, you know, you're going to either follow 6.1J or 6.1M, and then it says the others piece that's crossed out is the old tried and true way of if you can get 2 other counselors, then you can get it on the agenda. I'm not sure why you have to remove that power from yourself necessarily, so that is just something that came up here, and I couldn't remember exactly where it came from. So just know that right now the suggestion is here that you would either talk it out at under other business, or you would talk it out at the end of setting the next agenda, because you have that moment in each agenda, you have what's up next. Those might be preferred in terms of like trying to keep yourself safe under public meetings law, but it's not necessary. And the old way's been around forever, so do with it what you will, but I just wanted to make sure that was part of my presentation. Because I think this ended up getting scratched out too soon, if that makes sense. But otherwise, I'm happy to try to answer any questions that you have and hopefully not get in the way of you guys doing good work on your rules.
Mayor, how about we do them a page at a time?
That's what I was about to suggest. We're just going to have to take it one at a time. And there's decision points, there's things to consider about to make one change, what is a change in other practices and so forth. Yes, Councilor Cross.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can I just ask a real question before we like dive into the page by page of Mr. Lindsay?
Sure.
Okay, thanks.
Councilor Cross.
Mr. Lindsay, so I know we're gonna go this, and it's kind of section by section, and you just said that we could, depending on the timetable, we could approve some of it now or some of it later or whatnot, because some of this is regarding committee assignments, and that would be at our next meeting. So is that a potential that we could do when we come to a part that says, hey, let's circle and highlight this, we'd like this to be approved tonight?
Certainly. Well, or you could move to as amended if you can figure out what that means.
Okay.
But that might be, you know what I mean? The bigger it is, the harder that it's going to be.
Right, so if there's something that, so I guess my question is if there's something that could affect the next meeting and we decided as a council.
Let me suggest this too, though. Which is, you know, you guys are a board and a group that, you know, has equal powers amongst yourselves, and you only have power as a group. So these rules could be, and because we've had some discussions about this throughout the last few weeks, you could change these every other week if you wanted. It would be madness. But like, you know what I mean? Like you could change it and then change it back. You could change the appointment time to the next month if you took a little longer and wanted to deliberate more. You could, you know what I mean? So there's a lot of ways you could skin that cat. I would be of the mind, I think you guys all seem super conscientious. Anybody who watches knows that you want to turn things over and really think about it and chew on it. So instead of maybe rushing yourself, you might actually choose the option to like, we could, you know, change the date in which we won't do our appointments for whatever, you know what I mean? Or, or whatever. So there's ways of doing that without, if it's important to do those two things, but then you want to be thoughtful about it, so.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Well, the first one that I see on the red line is on page 1179 of the packet. Is page 2 of the rules, and it's on personnel policies and other regulations. And it adds a line. All council members are required to comply with the rules, including, and this is referring to the rules as in personnel policy rules, including the rule pertaining to youth members / counselors / liaisons. I'm going to go to Mr. Lindsay, then I'm going to go to Counselor Christopher.
I'll try to answer what I think is the question here. This is the one time that I said, can I be selfish and ask? Because there was, we had some earlier discussion about if we have youth liaisons on our committees, should we have a too deep rule that says adults shouldn't necessarily be alone, you know, with minors? So I wanted to get you guys' permission to put that in here, and then we can come back and change the council rules and the resolution around that for all your committees at the same time, but that this would direct people or counselors to know that that's being done.
That was my question.
Yeah.
There we go. We had a meeting of the minds. Any suggested changes to how this is worded? Okay. Going on to 3.1, a discussion about changing our start time to 6 p.m. instead of our regular 7 p.m. Let's start with that one, then we'll go to the cap on the time. So changing our start time. So I had a couple of questions. One is, what we have been doing is having executive sessions prior to council meetings, and we do have a fair number of them. What that would do to be able to schedule those, especially if there is something that's an executive session that is on the agenda for the evening. How would that be addressed? Mr. Lindsay?
Would you like me to try to answer?
Sure.
I've seen where different organizations can do, sometimes they'll do their executive session in the middle, sometimes they'll do it at the end, sometimes they'll do it at the beginning. It's up to you guys when to set those. So if you got in the habit, say, of meeting at 6, and that was the preferred route, you could either, start at 5:30 to do an executive session, or you could literally just tack it on at the end if you knew you were gonna end at a certain time. Oftentimes the only time that I've seen them in the middle is when, in executive session, you're not supposed to make an actual decision. So I've seen where people put them in the middle so they know when they're gonna come back out, that they're just gonna vote on that item, right then and there. So, that's the only time that I've seen them jammed in the middle.
So I'm gonna go to Councilor Christopher.
And it doesn't have to be all the same, so for a particular topic or meeting, it could be in front of the meeting, the next meeting, it could be behind the meeting, because the executive session is just the city council and staff. So that's pretty flexible to move around, but the constant would be 6 o'clock council session, and we could do it in the middle as well. But they could change. My question was, it doesn't have to be all the same all the time.
That's true.
Okay, great.
Councilor Kohler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One of the boards that I sat on, what they would do is they would start their meeting with everybody here, and then they would go into an executive session for certain items, and then they would come back, and as the members that were here, they might not know if we're gonna be 10 minutes or an hour. So in some ways, that's kind of tough on everybody watching, but on the other hand, what it does is it keeps everything right there, right now, and then you move on and you're done with it.
So one of the questions I have is about that. It's, right now, we've bumped our start for the executive sessions to 5:30, which can be difficult when you're trying to get back from a work or an appointment or something like that, to be able to do that. But in convening for an executive session, either everybody has to leave the room or we got to leave the room to go and have that and then come back. To your point, we don't know how long it's going to take. And for people who are waiting here for an agenda item, for a decision, melding it into the council meeting itself just feels clunky. Having it separate, we recess, we come in here, and then we're able to conduct our council business. So the flow feels better for me. I'd rather keep it that way rather than try to embed it, go in and out of executive session. Councilor Cross?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm okay with the beginning or the end, and I don't know about anybody else on the dais, but if it's an hour different, then we start the executive session at 4:30. I'm fine with that.
There are meetings that, depending on what committees you're on, you're gonna miss because they go till 5 o'clock and these are council assignments.
I'm fine. I love the idea of 6 o'clock start time. That's my vote.
I just want to be able to make sure that we're not cutting anybody out, being able to attend, participate, and so forth. And, you know, going into before 5 o'clock, that's going to be a problem with some of the committees that we send people to. Counselor Christopher.
I would just say,
it worked.
In the last few months that I've been here, and I've attended almost every meeting, we don't even get started on business till around 8 o'clock. Frequently, we've had folks in the audience that had small children with them, and the meetings go till 11 o'clock. And we have staff and yourselves that have families, and we're the only meeting that starts at 7. Except, of course, planning, which really starts at 6. Other than that, though, we're the only meeting that starts at 7. And I think it makes a significant difference. And I think staff would really like 6 o'clock. And yes, there's executive meetings, but I think we, the 7, could be more flexible and have those after. And if it's something that we're going to address, I wasn't advocating that we do it in the middle of a meeting unless it was something that had to be voted on in that meeting. And then I think, you know, we don't have to designate when that executive session is. We can use the flexibility to say, for this particular reason, it's going to be at 4:30. If there's meetings on that day, we'll do it after the city council meeting. I mean, let's retain that flexibility. Let's give ourselves maximum flexibility for the 7 of us to do an executive session, but respect the folks that come to hear their government at work, and respect that by having it be an hour early so they can get their kids home and to bed.
I'm good with 6.
I'm still struggling with this one, with scheduling the executive sessions and staying out of the 8 to 5 timeframe for people to be included. Counselor Reed.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think, you know, we've had conversations before amongst ourselves about, you know, making it hard for people to participate as counselors. And if we start cutting into the workday in that respect, that's just another thing that exacerbates that problem if people aren't able to do that. And, you know, based on the last part of this, if people can't do their jobs, you know, up until 9 or 10 or whatever, they're certainly not going to be able to attend an executive session that late. So, I mean, I obviously have no particular skin in this game, but it just seems to make sense for me, if we are going to facilitate business as a council, it makes sense to keep it as we have been doing. And, you know, if we're going to do as many executive sessions as we have done recently, those used to be fairly rare.
Yeah.
That we'd have executive sessions. But anymore, we seem to have one at least once a month. So unless there's another way we can do that, I don't know. I think there's really good reasons to keep it at 7. You know, obviously, if people don't feel like they can handle that, we can move that to 6 too. But it's just a matter of what people are willing to commit to.
Okay. Other thoughts? Counselor Duran?
I would prefer to start earlier.
Okay. So, yeah, I'm very concerned that we stay out of the workday, the traditional workday, so we don't create a barrier for people to participate either as a counselor or to be able to participate in meetings and so forth. So, and with the executive sessions, I'm just concerned that we're going to back ourselves into a corner or tack them on late in the evening when our random access memory has been taxed. Counselor?
So here's news. We can try it. We can see if this is going to work for us. We could try it for a month. We can try it for a week. We can try it for 6 months. And if we find that it's disruptive, or we get feedback from the community that says that it is not as inclusive as it was when we started at 7, we can change that back. That's the beauty of these city council rules. We're not casting it in stone. So I think we should give it a try, and we can change it back if it doesn't work for us.
Agreed. Counselor?
I don't care one way or the other.
You don't care one way or the other?
I work all the time.
Well, I know you do.
True.
Yeah.
6. Let's try it.
Moving on?
Yeah, I'm not thrilled, but, I'm not gonna die on that hill. Counselor, Duran?
When would this start? When are we gonna, after we get this all finished? Is
And
that
probably back and adopt it.
a couple times? Okay.
Yeah, it wouldn't probably be till February. Let's say we kind of,
Probably.
you know, work on this and, because there's a number of other issues that we're, I mean, this is a lot of work in the council rules unless we want to do that as a separate motion. So that would be,
Do we want it?
Counselor Cross?
So just to clarify, but we can pass some of these things before February. It doesn't have to, I mean, we could pass some things tonight if we wanted to, and we made a motion. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Traditionally, we have passed your resolution or your rules of procedure via resolution, so that's the history. That isn't absolutely necessary, meaning you could do a verbal motion to change something, and then, you know, either way, I think we'd be best suited to come back with a resolution that definitely codified what you did, just for the purposes of having a bow tied on it, but,
But it doesn't have to be that way.
yeah.
Well,
'Cause if
eventually
you
it has
guys-
to be in a resolution,
Well,
right?
No, he just said it
No,
doesn't.
eventually it will.
Eventually.
Eventually,
Yeah.
but I mean, if there was something like, if I made a motion, just hear me out, if I made a motion and said, at the January 6th meeting, I moved that those meetings start at 6 o'clock. Kyle, I'm sorry, he seconds it.
yeah.
Discussion.
Yeah.
And then we vote, then that little part
Yeah.
would go through.
Yeah.
To the January 6th.
And more specifically, I would say, I would even say, I move that you go out and amend our rules to say that,
Okay,
and that it starts effective then.
sorry.
Yeah,
Workers' comp.
Thank you.
yeah.
Okey dokey. All right, then we have on the other end of that same paragraph, if the meeting approaches 9 or 10 PM, barring an executive session, then the council will vote to prioritize the remaining items and whether to end sooner or deal with the remaining items. Okay,
And that may not be, those are the words that I just chose to try to capture what I thought I was hearing from people. So I mean, feel free to wordsmith these things too, but the idea was that, do you want a hard stop at a time? Or do you want the opportunity, like the last time we looked and said, does anything have a timeliness to it?
Yeah.
And so therefore,
Flexibility.
do we want to just handle that right now because it really needs to pass today or whatever?
or it's just so simple that it's not worth the paperwork to bump it to the next meeting, just to get her done.
Yeah.
But Counselor Reed and then Council President Starr.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So in my world, and I think our youth counselor would concur with this, teenagers are routinely spending, midnight and beyond getting their work done that they have committed to do. And I think that we as a council can certainly act like the adults that we are and get the work done that we need to. Having said that, there are quite a lot of inefficiencies in our meetings. Several of these agenda items that we have discussed today have been on this agenda 3 or 4 times. So instead of doing this and making our agenda bigger and bigger and bigger like a snowball, instead we commit to, reading the packet and being familiar with what's in there, talking to the staff and asking the questions ahead of time. And so if there's wordsmithing to be done or whatever, we can either, if it's not that big a deal, we can commit to doing that, or we can come prepared with something after having discussed it with the staff. So I think our council needs to do its job.
Counselor Cross. Oh, I'm sorry, I was going to Council President Starr and then Counselor Cross.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to clarify, Mr. Lindsay, that I'm understanding this. So when you have the 9 and then you have the 10 in parentheses, right now, the way I read this is if we started at 6 and we approached 9, or if we started at 7 and we approached 10.
Right.
So
Yeah.
for purposes of this conversation right now, since we decided 6,
Yeah.
then we would be talking about
9.
at 9. Okay.
Well, and that's the spirit of what
That's
lives
right.
here. You can change that if you want, but.
So I'm good with, again, right, to what Counselor Christopher said, let's try it and see how we do approaching 9 o'clock. And then if we don't like it, we can change it, right? So I'm good with the 9 o'clock.
So if we have additional stuff, so what I'm reading in this is that we would deal with the items that we don't want to roll forward, like the consent agenda, things like that, that we can work on or not have to bring back. Because again, once we keep rolling stuff forward, I agree with Councilor Reed, it starts to snowball. Or we can move to continue. We don't have to stop, but we're just saying
Yeah.
that that is our goal, to stop. Isn't that what Salem does?
Yes.
How does Salem do it?
Voted council. So they go every 30 minutes. So they look at the council and they say, hey, we've reached 3 hours.
Oh, microphone, please.
City of Salem says. City of Salem says, they look at each other after those 3 hours, they go for another 20 or 30 minutes, they take a vote of the council, are we moving on or not? And there you go.
Yeah, that
If the,
sounds
if the council says, no, we're not moving on, they don't move on.
So I haven't not watched much in the way of Salem City Council meetings, so what does that do to the next agenda? Have
Probably
you-
depends on what the
It
agenda is.
depends. I mean, it bumps it or it doesn't bump it.
Pass it that way.
My microphone's on. So, it is on. So it bumps it. Yes, it is on. We just need new mics.
I think 9 o'clock, let's just try it.
Okay, let's move.
So with that, but also,
So I'm okay with that. I'm okay
Right.
with trying it. I like what Mr. Lindsay says. I watch a lot of city council meetings because I'm a geek. I watch them from all over the country. Adam knows I'm a geek when it comes to this stuff. I've talked to Mr. Lindsay about this for months. Is this normal? Is this a thing? Yes, it is, he tells me. I've talked to Shane about this. This isn't something that I just made up. I think, yes, we can stay up till midnight. Yes, I could stay up till 3 a.m. I want to give the best version of myself at the same time. I've been up since 5:30 in the morning, every morning. Me too.
yeah, getting ready for school.
I want to give the best version of myself, so if that's in my opinion, I'm fine with it.
Page 3?
Okay, so what I'm hearing then is if meeting approaches 9 PM, then the council will vote to prioritize the remaining items. Well, the other thing we talked about, we'll vote to whether or not to continue. So that's the other part of it, is that we have a decision point, and then are you suggesting we do what Salem does? Is that 30 minutes later, ask again? Or, I mean, they've got a procedure. Like I said, I'm not as familiar with Salem as some other folks are. Is that what you want to copy?
Me personally, I want to make sure that we're as efficient with our time, whether that be whatever that looks like, that we're efficient, whether it's what Counselor Reed says, that we're reading our packets, that we're asking questions ahead of time, because even us going through this line item by line item, I would say that we probably could go counselor by counselor and just say, what do you have questions on?
Oh, maybe we should do that.
Well, we've got some that are decision points for the whole council. I appreciate that, but these are decisions like the start time.
Well, I'm
at
not
the end
saying, I'm
time.
not saying in particular this item, I'm
Right.
saying just in general, like the more efficiencies we can use, the better.
Mayor?
Yeah, Counselor Christopher.
I think because this is a change for us, why don't we leave it as Joe has it and we make a decision that night, either to continue on or to choose what has to happen and take care of those, and then, so let's do that. Let's not implement the half an hour Let's not do the
Yeah.
half an hour thing. Because that's going to take time. We're going to vote on that every half an hour. Let's not do that.
It's like a little, like, kind of like your snooze on your clock.
Yeah,
It's
it's like
going
that.
off and you just want to go, pop it shut.
Is everybody okay with that?
Yep.
All right, great. We've made it to page
Everybody
3.
Okay. Going on to 3.5, emergency meeting. Emergency meeting of the city council. And again, remembering that emergency meeting has a state definition. May be called by the presiding officer at the request of 3 councilors, by the city manager, or by the council president, unless in 24 hours notice. So the ad here is that the council president can request the presiding officer call an emergency meeting. Did I read that correctly?
Yeah, and it's just adding in basically one more person that can, and it sort of fleshes out the final sentence, which calls it presiding officer, which could be either whomever is available between you and the council president.
Right. Okay,
Okay,
so
hold on.
maybe partially or totally electronically, if necessary, is determined by the presiding officer or by the city manager. And then do we want to cite the ORS on defining emergency meeting? Because one person's emergency would not necessarily fall under state statute. This is state statute. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, and I guess, you could, if you want to have the emergency definition from, say, state statute. But I think the actual emergency, the words actual and emergency, that simply means there's something so emergent that it has to be handled right now, so you don't have time to go, mail off to everybody on your mailing list and do all that sort of thing. You literally have to go because there's the dam's breaking or you know what I mean?
Right. But that
There's
falls
fire
under.
roaring or the.
But
so
that falls under
That's what
state
actual
statute.
emergency means, but.
Right.
Yeah.
But isn't that defined, rather than write all that in there, there is a state definition on that, so you can't go, we forgot to do this,
I'm staring
That
at
is
our
my-
emergency manager.
I'm gonna go Mr. Brown, and I'll go to Councilor Reed.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council. I don't think that necessarily defers to the state definition, since it's not cited, that an emergency could be deemed by this council without it, as it's written now, it has no link to state definition.
I think that's more flexible.
True, but if I remember the training that we just got, there are definitions around when you can, and I'm looking at Ms. Bissett. There's notification requirements, and you have to fall within a certain rules in order to declare an emergency. Ms. Bissett, I see you nodding your head.
Yes, the Oregon Attorney General's Public Records and Meetings Manual does refer to that, and the 24-hour notice, and has some other requirements to have an emergency meeting.
Okay. So there are limitations on what we can do and call an emergency. It's not our purview per se, but this is under Oregon law, so we don't end up doing short notice when it's really not not allowable under state statute.
Madam Mayor,
Mr. Lindsay?
if you want, after actual emergency, the words actual emergency, I can put in accordance with Oregon public meetings law requirements.
Yeah, and if there's just a brief reference to that, like the OAR or something like that, that way anybody could click it and look it up. So we don't have to repeat it.
Okay.
And if it amends, then our rules automatically amend. Councilor Reed?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, as I'm looking at the city charter, it does say, it indicates that the mayor is the political leader of the city. And if I'm understanding the spirit behind this change, it's already implied that if the mayor can't perform those duties, the council president would step up and do that. So I don't really see the need for that. If I'm understanding the spirit of this change, because it's already established by our charter, both the mayor's role as political leader and the council president's role in performing those duties if the mayor's not able to.
And that's a good point, because I think I misread the additional language, that the city council may be called by the emergency meeting may be called by the presiding officer at the request of three council members. And then the or by goes back to the emergency meeting may be called by the city manager. So the added language may be called by the council president. So that's where that is going in there. Council President Starr.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I can solve this conundrum for all of us because my request when I brought this forward was actually not the correction that Mr. Lindsay put in there. It was actually the very last sentence where, if the presiding officer is not available by the city manager and council president, the very last sentence. It was not that the council president could call an emergency meeting. It was the last, my note right here has it at the very end of the sentence.
That's what I remembered.
My apologies for
Nope,
not hearing
that's
that
okay.
correctly.
I just was trying to get in there before we had a debate on our hands. So, that would be the change that I had asked for.
Okay, so just before I go to Councilor Christopher, where is that supposed to be?
At the very end of the sentence, at the very end of that paragraph, or if the very last sentence, or if the presiding officer is not available by the city manager and the council president.
So the subject of this sentence is whether to hold that meeting partially or totally electronically, as deemed necessary by the presiding officer, or if the presiding officer is not. So it's referring specifically to the decision to hold the meeting electronically, not reference to calling the meeting.
That is what.
That was the intent?
Yep.
Okay, that's why I want to make sure we're clear on that. By determined, not available. It is by city manager and or.
I said and.
Thank you. Councilor Christopher.
So wasn't the intent I think the intent was it skipped the mayor pro tem. It went, if the presiding officer is not available, city manager is going to call the emergency meeting. Shouldn't it go to the pro tem and in either with consultation with the city manager? Should it skip over the pro tem?
Well, technically speaking, when you just use the word presiding officer, that can mean if the mayor is available, it's the mayor. If the mayor is unavailable, it's the council president under our other rules. So presiding officer carries both of those with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then maybe it's not needed. If the presiding officer speaks to both of those positions.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so say the mayor is out of town.
Right.
And then there's an emergency.
Yeah.
Like, it would automatically fall to the council president to make all these calls.
And that says that by saying presiding officer.
That's why that language was chosen, rather than specifying the office, it specifies the function. So presiding officer refers to either the mayor or the council president, depending.
Well, then I don't think it's needed.
Moving on.
Okay, so I'm hearing a consensus to delete, but to add the reference to the OAR regarding definition of emergency, so it's just helpful to have that link. Okay, let's go on to.
1.11.
Oh, great.
Okay, 3.11, excused absence. When any council member cannot attend a meeting of the council, the member shall notify the presiding officer and/or city recorder prior to the meeting. This is a practice that we've been doing to get it to the city recorder because she's the one making sure that she's got the record of attendance and so forth, and it's just a lot cleaner to notify both. Councilor Reed.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'm okay with that. The thing I have an issue with is the or. It seems to me like the mayor should not be blindsided by somebody's absence, and presumably the city recorder would communicate that information anyway. But I would think that it would make more sense to have presiding officer and city recorder.
I agree, and it's just as easy to add both emails to the email notification. It's not a big deal. It's not like making 10 phone calls or something. So And this is something that we can do via email. Is everybody good with changes to just and?
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. All right, 311,
35.2 is the next one.
okay. Okay, and city recorder, okay. Okay, so, section 5, decorum and order. And, 5.2, item D. And this refers to, things that have happened in the past, and we've made it these, our practices, and it's good to put them into writing regarding, no council member will be required to take part in an event or action that they believe inappropriate or undignified. Dunk. Remember that? Charitable contributions to any cause shall not be solicited between council members during any meeting, is the ad. Councilor Reed.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just in terms of clarification there, first of all, solicited between council members. That's a little bit different, and I don't know quite where we're going with this in terms of, charitable contributions to any cause shall not be solicited by council members. That's slightly different thing, but I think both of those are sort of in the spirit of where we're going with that. But then it begs the question of solicited, because very often we say, if you want to donate, go to this website or whatever. Is that solicitation?
No.
Okay, so I think I know where this is coming from, and it makes sense, but I guess we just need to be clear on that.
Okay. So let's just make sure that we understand that, as council members, we are not obligated in any way to participate in or contribute to or be involved with nonprofits, as a function of our council position. It is purely that's personal choice. And we need to make it clear to the community that if they're going to serve on city council someday, that they're not going to be obliged to also contribute to all these wonderful nonprofits in the community. That's personal. So we need to make sure that we are very clear that we don't engage in that or give that impression that it is a requirement of our duties. But there has been incidences, but also conversations in the community where people are like, I could never afford to be on city council. I mean, yes, you give up work time, you give up billable hours, you give up your vacation time, all of that, that's part of the deal. But in addition to volunteer or to make monetary contributions outside the scope of city council is something that I think is an important thing to just put in writing.
Yep.
Any comments, questions? We're good? Okay, good. All right, item E.
I have a question.
Oh, okay.
So what I was asking for didn't quite get captured. So what I requested it to read is the mayor is the official spokesperson for the council. Sentence.
Wait, where are we?
Just next one down.
Next one down.
5E.
Oh, okay, got it.
5.2, section E.
Thank you.
The mayor is the official spokesperson for the council unless specifically authorized by the council, comma, neither the mayor or councilors shall make any representations on behalf of the city council. That is what I asked for.
So, how does this,
How that is worded,
yes,
I do not have a preference. Did what I just read, is it the same as what you? I feel like it has a different like what I just read had a different meaning.
oh, yeah.
100%.
Because before you're saying the mayor can make any comment they want, but councilors would have to get permission from other councilors. And now you're saying that if there's going to be an official statement that binds the city,
Council.
that the council's going to be the one
The
that,
city council,
Yeah,
not
yeah.
the city.
Yeah.
That's, the word was forgotten.
Right. Okay, thank you.
So, okay, unless specifically authorized by the mayor or council.
Can I just ask?
Yeah.
a clarification?
Counselor Reed.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It seems that just as I read both of these sentences, it sounds like the second sentence kind of negates the first sentence, and that nobody speaks unless the council approves that? Is that what I'm understanding? Is that nobody, I mean, the mayor, is the official spokesperson, but the mayor can't represent the city unless the council says they can?
City council,
Yeah, unless the city council, is that how I'm understanding that?
no.
Okay. Help with understanding.
No,
Counselor.
the way it reads right
Christopher.
now is, unless specifically authorized by the mayor or the council, councilors shall not make any representations on behalf of the city. However, what you said, Counselor Starr, is unless specifically authorized by the council, the mayor or councilors shall not make any representations on behalf of the city council. Is that correct? Okay,
Oh, there's an extra word
yeah.
in there
Yeah, it
for,
wasn't city, it was city council. So no councilor or mayor can make representations of the city council unless the city council says so. Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
um,
But the second sentence is fine, because it just says everybody can
specified
make
by
any
the
opinion.
council. So are you talking about, making comments or representing the position of the city?
Mayor, that would be scats.
Okay.
It's that type of representation, where you made a representation to that committee as if that was the council's representation. It wasn't. That's what that's speaking to.
Okay. And that's fair enough. So with the SCATS, so for folks who are watching, SCATS is the Salem Kaiser Area Transportation Study. It's our local metropolitan planning organization. I still remember to define my acronyms. And this was a decision that I made in my role as the presiding officer of the MPO that would also affect the voting on SCATS for all of the MPO members in bringing in the city of Almsville and to bring in the possible second voting member for the city of Salem. So it was in that role that we had that conversation after several months of back and forth with the organization. And if city council, and I would have really appreciated the opportunity if there had been a motion to direct the representative to go back and change that vote, but that request was never made, how specifically as a motion. But what I did, having heard the objection of the council regarding that, that decision, was that as the presiding officer for the MPO, went back to staff and made sure that that agenda item, because it was a complete impasse between many of the parties on the MPO, was not brought forward. In addition, is going to come up probably next year for that organization on how they're going to be structured. But I think the solution, if we're looking for, my suggestion, is that if somebody makes a representation that we object to, disagree with, and so forth, to bring a resolution forward saying, we would like to discuss this and request that our representative, and a number of us sit on different boards and commissions representing the city, and ask for a change. And that would be a resolution that could be passed and then direct that person to represent the city. That would have been that would have been a helpful action, which did not happen.
Council Cross.
Thank you, I see that, and I'm not done. So thank you.
Sorry, I was just making sure.
Thank you, appreciate that. So with that, I think that making sure that, in our different functions, we may make representations, and that was one that you all disagreed with. I take that and I accept that. And with that direction, without a resolution, that's what I took back to SCATS. which is now tabled until next year.
Thank you for that explanation, but can we?
Yes, but you got very specific about what led to this particular
Pretty
change.
sure that was it. Was that?
Am I?
I'm pretty sure that was the reason, right? Okay.
So that was to solve one representation in a meeting, and that you all disagreed with, and I respect that. And that was carried forward, the wishes were carried forward from that, just done in a different way, which is why you haven't seen it on the agenda since then. In addition, I worked with the Metropolitan Planning Organization, the transportation staff, on bumping this out, recognizing that the bigger issue involved the organizations. This is the City of Salem, City of Kaiser, Marion County, Polk County, as the signers, and they all have to agree. So in order for anything to change there, all 4 jurisdictions have to agree, and that was not achieved. And there we are.
Mayor, I think we're going
Counselor.
to have to change strategies, or we're going to have to spend the night.
This is being done during session instead of a work session at everybody's request, so here we are.
But I think we can change strategy, and as, I think it was Counselor Cross who said, we've all read this, can we ask what questions we have or what we want clarification on? Is that potentially a way of, we'll never get through this.
I know.
Tonight.
Well, and this was a question I had, was
Well-
on this one. So I think that each item has somebody that has an interest in it. And we need to consider the ramifications. Remember, these rules were not written in one setting. They were done over months of work to bring it forward to the city council. We've made small changes since then, but this was a wholesale slew of changes that impact a lot on how we operate as a council. So that's why I think we need to go through it if we're going to take these.
We can go through it, but we can't go through it with the extensive explanations.
Right, but if we're going to have this conversation, if we're going to understand what these mean and what they come from, how else are we going to do that? Counselor Cross, yes.
Thank you. So two-parter. So, Mr. Lindsay, just to finish up, pause on that one. Counselor Christopher. So, talking about the regionals, tell me best practices regarding if I sit on a regional whatever and there's a vote. So should I come back to council first? Tell me the best practices on that. And I know we've had this conversation before, but just.
Well, and I'm trying to remember now with your council rules that basically, I think the intent of your rules were to, if there was going to be some sort of statement and or,
When we,
something.
if I sit on a regional, do I need to come back to council and talk about that?
Allow me to look, because I know the rules have something about that in them too. But basically, if you look at the way in which, how you're not supposed to necessarily have an individual voice that's different when you're representing the whole, you're supposed to get the whole to chime in on it. But I think even in this process, I can't remember when we looked at the SCATS rules, whether the SCATS rules actually had that in there too, something about the voting, but I think those were mostly for very specific types of votes when it first started. I can't even remember that
So
now.
best practices would be.
Sorry, I'm not as prepared,
okay.
I guess, on
You
that.
can tell me later
But I
on
would
that.
say best practices are usually, if it's one that affects the whole, and you guys are a whole, I would say a lot of councils do want, and I think everybody agrees on that too, would want to have a generalized understanding that what you're voting on outside that affects the city, you guys have a say in as a council. And that's where I've seen other
Gotcha.
places as well.
Okay, and then,
Yeah.
just going back on how we can go through this different ways, I would love to know from everybody on this dais how to chop this up, because I hear that Mayor Clark wants to go to it one by one. I hear Counselor Christopher would like to go with it, who has questions. I lean toward the side of Counselor Christopher, so I would encourage us to get, I don't know how we're going to do this, but what is everybody feeling? That would be great to know. I would love to hear that.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to Counselor Reed.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So a couple of things. So first of all, just in terms of, if we're sitting on regional boards, we get the packet and then we have the board meeting and we may or may not have a chance to run whatever the vote is by council. So that's kind of a cumbersome in terms of process. If we are delegated as representatives, we're delegated for a purpose in terms of efficiency. I get that there may be some thing that comes up every once in a while that somebody is gonna to take issue with, and maybe there is a way to clarify that, if we know what everybody's pet projects are, or if somebody doesn't like a way a particular, regional organization is going, to be able to communicate that to the liaison, because just, it's not, if I'm at a meeting and I see a packet comes out and, I go through it and the meeting is, a few days from then, I'm not gonna have a chance to run that by the council. So my other suggestion is, there are 20 sections here of these rules and procedures. I would not feel comfortable sort of giving it a rubber stamp approval unless we have questions. I would recommend that we maybe, we've gone through, maybe if we can get through the first 5, then we'll call that good, and then we'll table for the next 5 for the next meeting or whatever. So do it in chunks like that. But unless we're gonna do a work session on this, and if we're gonna talk about these, everybody deserves a chance to weigh in. And so, to rush through these, I think would be a dangerous business. And, so I would recommend just, maybe just getting through section 5 tonight and maybe getting, approving that much and then doing another chunk next time. So that would be my recommendation.
The other thing to consider also is that at the next meeting, we'll be swearing in a new city councilor and getting that city councilor's input on rules under which she will be operating, I think would be really helpful, especially since she's bringing in 8 years of experience as a city councilor and can bring a lot to that conversation. So with that, I think that there's some real benefit in hearing from Councilor-elect Marlene Parsons as well for this process. So to Councilor Cross's thoughts of question.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So speaking of that, because yes, I do agree that she is valuable and she's going to be bringing in, and that's a whole new team. So I would love to hear what she has to say. I like the idea of us voting on committees and assignments. So if we want to, I'd be fine with that. My suggestion is that we table those committee assignments until we get Marlene up to speed.
So my question then is, once the new year starts, would you then have people continue in the roles with that they're at until we make that change? Because we're gonna have to get people to these meetings. We've got people that are going to be, we have standing committees and commissions that will need to be staffed between now and whenever we get this done. So just roll that forward. The thing is that Councilor Christopher is going to need to be assigned her new roles. And we've had some of that conversation because you don't have any yet. You don't have any assignments yet. And Councilor Parsons will need to be assigned to her new positions as well. So that's the other thing, that on the 6th, roll everybody forward and then, but go ahead and make the appointments for Councilors Parsons and Christopher in the gaps that we currently have. The other thing is, we're gonna be making some changes. I've heard from you all regarding how you want to do the liaisons to our, thank you, neighborhood associations. And if you're okay with moving those forward as well, I can make those appointments at the January 6th meeting. And then continue the conversation about how you would like to do that. When I've checked with the listserv for the Oregon Mayors Association, somebody else had asked the questions on council appointments and so forth. And when I checked with mayors from across this, I checked with what the response was with mayors across the state who have something similar in their charters about the mayor being the head of the city government. All of them had appointment authority. Some 100%. I would not want what Albany has because he appoints to all their committees and commissions as well. No, thank you. So would that be an okay compromise between now and January 6th? Because we're gonna have to fill those spots where Councilor Reed will be departing and Councilor Christopher says, come on. How's that feel? Councilor Christopher.
Well, we had, thank you, we had a meeting to talk about committee assignments, and Counselor Reed has KPAC, and that's one that I've requested, so that's a straight through, and the other one was Kaiser Heritage Foundation.
Which
So-
he also has.
Exactly, so that's gonna be, that's an easy fix.
Right.
I think that has to happen. I don't know that neighborhood associations, I'm not opposed, but I don't know that we have to do those, I don't know that those have to be done on the 6th. I think those could easily be done on the second meeting of the month. But what I would like to do is to get through this on the second meeting in January, get through it and get the changes, get them done.
Well, here's the thought.
What?
So remember, we're talking about doing our council,
Yes.
on the Saturday, the 11th? Can we do it then?
Let's do it.
Where we can sit down around the table during that, that council goals work session, take some time.
And adopt them in the second meeting.
Yeah.
All right.
What date did?
Sold.
Stand by. Council President Starr.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So first of all, I haven't seen that date, so hearing that it's the 11th is news to me.
Is it?
That's what we talked about.
It was the 11th or the 18th? Which one was it?
Right, so you just announced the 11th,
Oh, I'm
which
sorry,
was
that's-
news to me. So is that the date?
I sent out a doodle poll to
Right.
get a response, and I'm still waiting on responses.
Okay, so it has,
For
the date
January,
hasn't been
okay.
set. So a follow-up to that is, I think I would look to my fellow, counselors, for their, input onto this, but I think I recognize, Mayor Clark, that you sought your Oregon Mayors Association listserv. I think the concern or the desire of the council was for the council to approve the appointments or to have a final approval of the committee appointments, if that's what I'm hearing. But I'm checking my understanding with my fellow counselors. I see Counselor Cross nodding yes, but it was the point of 18.2. I understand you checked your listserv, but that we as a council wanted to say, yes, we as a team, this is what we want, for council appointments. So that was number one. So assuming that we have that agreement and that consensus that council will give their consensus or their approval to those appointments or those assignments, I'm fine postponing that. And then I think the other issue that we wanted that I heard was the time. And I think those are the two decision points that we would like to make. That was your question, correct, Counselor Cross? You wanted the time decision, and then we as a council want joint approval of the committee assignments.
So on that second point, and we can go ahead and have that conversation about moving ahead with the change to the time. There's some questions on process that go with the council assignments and how we're going to get that consensus approval and so forth on the initial meetings, but also what happens in the interim, because oftentimes committee assignments change, either due to schedules, life happens. Also, interim assignments and so forth when something new comes up. So I think that looking at how we structure that will be important, but I think that by and large, that has been delegated to mayors in Oregon because it is part of that understanding of the people when they pass this charter that the mayor is the political head of the city government. That is stated in charter. And I think we need to understand the context there. I think it's important that we have the conversation with people about what assignments they're going to be taking on, how we divide up the work, being really, really cognizant of the time commitment that people have, the availability that they have, conflicts of interest that they may encounter, and that takes some coordination. So that is something that we've been doing over the last several years. Council President Starr, you and I worked on that at the last time we did council assignments. And you just sent me an email this afternoon talking about getting together to look at the input that I would like to thank all of you that you've sent in regarding your areas of interest and availability, that we have a great template to work from. So with that, I'm willing to, my position is to move forward with the conversation, but there's some things that will have to be filled in early on in January to make sure we don't have any gaps of service. Councilor Christopher.
So I'd like to go old school. I like your idea a lot of doing that at the work session in January, but we don't know what day that is. So, because some of you guys did not respond to Melissa. So can we just do show of hands? Who's available on the 11th and who's available on the 18th? And let's get that set. Let's get that set so that we can move forward and say, okay, we're going to finish this on whichever day that turns out to be. And then I want to make a motion.
So is everybody good with letting, who else did you need? Well, okay. Who's available on the 18th, on the 11th?
If you're good on the 11th, raise your hand.
I think so.
Abstain.
Okay, you're.
Why would you do that?
Okay, so are you a hand or no?
Oh, I think I can.
You can? Okay. So, but Kyle's a hard no because you've got a work thing. You have the home show?
Oh, so then the 18th.
Okay, let's check. On the 18th though, availability on the 18th.
I have a new grandbaby at baby shower at 1 p.m., so I can do early.
Okay, we're doing early.
So if we do morning of the 18th,
Yeah.
Hands up.
Counselor,
There you go.
you think so? And then we'll have to check with Counselor-elect Parsons.
I'm doing it right now.
So
Mayor, she's responded, yes.
she
She can do the
responded yes?
18th? Hallelujah, we've made a decision.
Okay, so we have the 18th as our work session for
Great.
goals, and we can also then have more of this conversation about our rules and be able to take the rush off and the middle of the night.
And now for my motion.
Okay.
So like 9 to noon on the 18th, Mayor, is that what you're thinking?
Is 3 hours long enough?
Well, let's start there. 3 hours is our rule. Okay, here's my motion.
Well, hang on. So is 9 to noon good for folks?
I just have to leave by noon, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
We
why
could get an earlier start so we could take a break in between.
No,
and
it's a
clear up-
Saturday.
I know, but
Who doesn't get up early on a Saturday?
seriously, my dog gets me up early.
I'm okay with 8 to noon or 9 to noon. I don't,
If we do 8 to noon, then we can take a little bit of break in between.
I'm just gonna put 8 to noon.
Oh,
Hold 8 to
come
noon.
on.
Deal with it, Chris.
Come on.
We'll,
What was that about,
we'll provide some food.
Hoda and Jenna is
Doesn't
not
make
on
up for it.
Saturdays,
No, they're not on
Counselor
Saturday.
Christopher.
okay. Coffee will
here's
be
my
provided.
motion. I would, Joe, help me.
Okay.
I would like to move that we start city council meetings at 6 PM, beginning with January 6th. And that whole little section with the 3-hour thing.
Okay.
I would like that to be effective on January 6th, if there's a second.
Second.
Oh,
It's been moved and seconded that the Kaiser City Council move the start time for the Kaiser City Council meetings to begin at 6 PM with the additional language about stopping
Yeah.
at 9 and the procedures to deal with the additional agenda items, if any.
Yeah.
Does that
Yeah.
reflect what you said?
Ish, yeah,
Close enough?
yeah.
All right. Discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Merry Christmas.
Opposed,
yeah.
signify by saying no.
No,
No. So 2 no, that would be Reed and Clark. So motion passes 5-2.
And I have a clarifying question. I want to double check, are we holding over the committee assignments until we get to have a conversation as a
18th.
council?
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
thank you.
with the caveat, we've got some gaps that need to be filled and some duties that need to be covered between now and then. Well, I know you will, but I need to be able to make those assignments on the 6th so that they can move forward under our current rules.
That's okay.
But we have a list, and I'll be meeting with, setting a time to meet with Council President Starr and Councilor-elect Parsons to review the notes that I've taken from my conversations with each of you. Thank you all for making yourselves available for that work.
And I will make sure that we will change your rules to reflect that change that you moved today for it to be operative on January 6th.
Right? Councilor Reed?
thank you, Madam Mayor. We also need to make sure that we get that out in the public because they're used to 7 o'clock meetings. So that needs to be noticed. However, we need to do that.
Can you do a press release?
Well, yeah, we'll press release, all the things for outreach and so forth. Also, as we have, and we haven't had a chance to have a conversation with staff about what the impact is for them. And well, that's one of the reasons I voted no, is I would really like to hear from them as well. So, like you said, we can change it.
Yep.
But, I'm looking forward to hearing, staff input on that as well.
What do you
Okay.
have to do before we get to go home?
Consent calendar. Council President Starr.
Consent calendar for tonight reads, item A, resolution accepting the canvass of election results from the November 5th, 2024 general election for the Kaiser City Council positions of mayor and city council, and positions number 1, 2, and 3. Item B, resolution authorizing the city manager to sign the local government grant program agreement for Kaiser Rapids Park Bathroom Trail and ADA, which is Phase 2. Item C, approval of the December 2nd, 2024 special session minutes. And item D, approval of the December 2nd, 2024 regular session minutes.
Thank you very much. Are there any polls? And Councilor Christopher, are you okay with voting on the minutes? I think that was the meeting that you were sworn in,
Oh, so probably not.
so,
Oh, I guess I can.
yeah, you can.
Okay, sure, I'm okay.
Okay, well, you were there. But I just want to double check that you didn't want to abstain for any reason.
Well, do you think I should?
No?
Okay, then fine.
All right. It's up to you. Okay, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Oh, I'm sorry.
Didn't
No, we didn't, we need a motion.
Just kidding.
Okay, back it up.
I move that we adopt the consent calendar as read.
Second?
Consent calendar has been moved and seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed signify by saying no. Hearing no objection, motion passes unanimously. Other business, this time is provided to allow the mayor, city council members, or staff an opportunity to bring new or old matters before the council are not on tonight's agenda. Staff members, are there any,
Pressing needs?
other
We have
business?
No other business, Madam Mayor and Council.
Thank you. Councilors, other business? Okay, moving on. Staff updates, Mr. Cleaver?
Just very quickly, just want to celebrate, it's day 1 of our fully live HR and payroll system, People Guru. So just want to take a moment to celebrate the council's investment in that system. So, thank you.
Congratulations. Wonderful news. Mr. Brown?
Nothing to add.
Thank you. Mr. Wood?
I just wish that the jolly old Saint Nick will bring all of you big cases of water, so that way you can continue to conserve water during the sewer reset period. Thank you.
That's right. That's how you can save money year-round, the gift that keeps on giving. Ms. Bissett?
Nothing tonight, Mayor. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Chief?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council. Just real quick, we had Shop with a Cop this last Saturday. We had about 120 law enforcement officers representing every agency in Marion County except for Woodburn. And Woodburn does their own, that's why they didn't come. 540 kids got $60 each for presents at Target. And then we learned that there's another need through Believe in Your Community. So we're going to do another Shop with a Cop on Wednesday from 9 to 11 at Target for 100 kids. They get $60 each as well. So great. The Festival of Lights went very well. And we had Salem Police Department, Turner, Silverton, and Marion County there assisting us. So plus a bunch of cadets from other agencies as well. So it was a collaborative effort, but it went very well, and look forward to the next one. That's it.
Well done.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Thank you, Chief. Mr. Lawyer, I see a trophy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I just want to recognize the Public Works staff on honorable mention for their float entry in the parade this year. Once again, they did a great job putting it together. Pretty routinely winning trophies for their entries into the parade. So want to recognize them and say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Right, thank you very much. They keep on bringing the quality, I'll tell you what. I do want to acknowledge the parade, my co-judge, Taylor Turner, Jeremy's daughter, who has become very involved with helping judge floats, take it very seriously, and she thoroughly enjoys the entire process, especially distributing the trophies. She gets great joy out of that, so want to acknowledge her and her dad, Jeremy. Mr. Witham.
Just Merry Christmas, Happy New Year to everybody.
All right, thank you. Mr. Lindsay.
I want to say the same, and then I just want to add, because I'm losing a boss. This is our last official meeting, so thank you for being a good boss. And thank you all for being good bosses.
Indeed. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Council reports. Councilor Cross.
I just want to echo what Chief Copeland said. I participated. I was the gift wrapping station. It was great. The kiddos were great. So if anybody has the opportunity, I would encourage them to spend time with them, and any of the Believe in Your Community fundraiser events that you're going to do, like the golf tournament now and the cornhole tournament. It's great to see those kiddos. Just warms your heart. And let's see, I went to the Y Monmouth holiday event. They last year they raised $60,000. This year was over $100,000, so that was fantastic. And thank you to Council President Starr for tagging along. And we had a great time, and we sat with Senator Patterson and Representative Evans. So that was nice to visit with them. So Merry Christmas.
Right, Merry Christmas. Thank you much. Councilor Duran.
I did a bunch of stuff. Merry Christmas. Good night.
Just Merry Christmas to everyone. Be safe, and we will see you next year.
Councilor Kohler.
Wow. I joined a bunch of people at the tree lighting. That was a lot of fun. Went to the Parks Board meeting. We heard all about that. The Clyde Creek Watershed Council met on the 12th. They are now only going to meet January, March, May, June, and September, and November, but they may meet for some projects. Northwest Kaiser Neighborhood Association, Ben, Hirsch, and Marlene met with Sergeant Hammond, who is in charge of the junior ROTC at McNary.
Huge.
They agreed to help clean graffiti citywide. Mr. Sangster will be the contact. Extra big thank you to the West Kaiser Neighborhood Association for the donation of products used for the cleanup. And of course, the Northwest Kaiser Neighborhood Association heading all that up. Reports of graffiti still need to go to code enforcement. And the Northwest Kaiser Neighborhood Association meets this Wednesday. And then package delivery and the parade and all that stuff. Went to several different concerts, Messiah, Mount Angel, and some others. Many concerts and holiday programs citywide, business parties, spread goodwill and cheer to all. When you have a choice, choose kindness. And the last little thing, we've seen many changes in 2024, some victories, some defeats. May we practice kindness, recall the tender mercies in our thoughts and actions, remember what is most important, and those we care about, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Thank you. Counselor Reed.
Thank you. Also, lots of concerts and so forth. And Kaiser Community Band is this Thursday here at City Hall, so that'll be looking forward to that as well. Some Community Action Agency meetings and making sure that we are taking care of all our neighbors. In addition, our housing insecure neighbors, especially during this cold and, holidays can be a difficult time for a lot of people. And so just being aware of that and looking out for people and making sure that we are extending our best selves to our neighbors.
Thank you very much. Counselor Christopher.
Big holiday, very busy. You can be proud of your city council. We were everywhere and spreading cheer and goodwill. And I just want to thank staff for everything that you've done in making the transition easy. I appreciate you, Joe. I appreciate you, Adam. That doesn't mean I don't appreciate the rest of you. I just didn't have extensive time spent with you yet, but I plan to in the new year. In the meantime, enjoy your families and enjoy not having to see us until the 6th. Merry Christmas.
Youth Counselor Lottie Farrar.
Well, last Saturday we had our NHS and leadership adopt a cell, and that went really well. We got a lot of gifts for kids and just families in general who needed them, so that was nice. We had our first girls' home game at our school last Saturday as well. Sadly, it was a loss, 41-55, but we were up for a good portion of the game, so that's what's important. We have break coming up. This is our last week of school before our extensive break. I know I could speak for all the students. We need it.
Teachers too.
And she can speak for all the teachers.
Yeah. Yes. And tomorrow we have our final holiday concert, which is our choir concert at 7 p.m. So it's a great way, I think, to start the break. Full of Christmas cheers. So happy holidays.
All right. Thank you. Great job. Just a couple of things to add. I'm on the board for the Mid-Willamette Valley Homeless Alliance, and we are in the process of recruiting for our interim executive director for the two-county alliance, which is providing leadership and grant management for many of our key service providers. Speaking of our unsheltered neighbors, this critical to have sustained services for people so they aren't, they don't lose the services and the shelter that they need to transition into permanent housing. We had a Council of Government Legislative Committee meeting with an update on Highway 22 and 51. There's been a change in the project design that is moving forward, and unfortunately, once again, there was another crash at that intersection. And we can't get this done fast enough to keep people in our community that travel through that area safe. At the Mid-Willamette Area Commission on Transportation, there was a reception for outgoing chair, longtime chair, Mayor Ken Woods of Dallas. It's been my absolute pleasure to work with him since 2007 when then Mayor Christopher assigned me to the Area Commission. And he has been a tremendous leader, both for this region, but also for other regions in the state that needed to get their act together. So congratulations to Mayor Woods on a very distinguished 42-year career on the Dallas City Council. I want to thank the city staff and folks that were at City Night at the Miracle of Lights. Mr. Brown, Mr. Wood, Mr. Cleaver joined myself, Councilor Christopher, and my son, Alex Clark, at the tent. We had a wonderful time, busy night, a lot of food and money being collected, and we are looking forward to another record-breaking year for the Kaiser Miracle of Lights through the Gubser neighborhood. Thank you to all of the Gubser neighbors for lighting up their homes with beautiful lights. I do want to clarify. Thank you for the opportunity for attending the Oregon Business Leadership Summit. I try to get to that every year if possible. It's a great way to hear what's happening in business and economic development in Oregon, hearing from our businesses as well as from state leaders and our federal delegation. So this year was focused on world-class ambitions, which was very reminiscent of Kaiser's McNary world-class CELTS. I think they finally got the message from Kaiser. Good job. We're going to keep leading the state. Let's see, I was able to go to, oh, I didn't get to that one. So coming up is going to be hopefully a hiatus on a number of committees. SCAS, the Salem Kaiser Area Transportation Study, is not meeting this month. They'll reconvene at the end of January. And a lot of the meetings that we usually have, we're trying to get everything done now so we can enjoy a wonderful holiday. And I want to join everybody else in thanking Councilor Reed for 8 years of distinguished service to the people of Kaiser. Laura, you have been an absolute rock star, quiet, outspoken, with thought and with great preparedness. And you have really elevated the conversation and the work throughout the community. A special thank you to your engagement with our youth through our high school and continuing to help us recruit amazing young leaders like our current youth counselor and so many others. Laura, thank you so much for your service. Quick agenda input, just checking in. We will meet again in the new year, January 6th at 6 p.m. And then we will have a council work session that we now know is going to be on January 18th. And then we will have our regular session on Tuesday, January 21st, because of the Monday holiday, and we will again convene at 6 p.m. That is all I have. Is there anything else for the good of the order? All right, thank you all very much. Have a very happy holiday season and Happy New Year. The time is 11:19. We are adjourned.
Thank you so much.